On the fateful night of February 24, 2006, Imete Sanquien, a 24-year-old criminal justice student at John Jay College in Manhattan, went out to celebrate with a friend. They had no idea that this night would end in tragedy and shake the very foundation of New York City. Imete Sanquien's life was defined by a unique blend of cultural backgrounds and an unwavering desire to make a difference in the world. Simundo Guillain and Maureen St. Hilaire gave birth in Boston, Massachusetts, on March 1, 1981. She inherited a unique surname that combines her parents' last names. Her mother was of French-Canadian descent, which added to the diversity of her family tree, and her father, Simundo Guillain, was a Venezuelan immigrant. Imete tragically lost her father when she was 9 years old, leaving a lasting impact on her childhood. Her mother, widowed by this loss, eventually remarried, causing additional changes in their family dynamic, and her educational journey was nothing short of remarkable. After graduating from Boston Latin School in 1999, she decided to attend George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Following in her father's footsteps, she earned a degree in criminal justice, demonstrating her dedication to understanding and addressing legal issues. In 2003, she proudly graduated magna cum laude, signaling the start of an ambitious quest for knowledge. Her academic journey did not end there. Imete Sanquien continued her education at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, where she pursued a master's degree. Initially, she intended to study forensic psychology, but she made a critical decision to shift her focus to criminal justice. Her dedication was evident, as she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class and was set to graduate in May 2006. With an exciting future ahead, unfortunately, a man's life was cut short in a horrific and chilling manner. She is in the process of celebrating her upcoming birthday with her mother and sister in Florida. She returned to New York on a fateful day in February of 2006. The events that night would send shockwaves through her family and the entire country. On February 24, 2006, Imete Sanquien met with her best friend, Claire Higgins, to continue celebrating her upcoming birthday. Their night out took them to a nightclub until the early hours of the morning, when a disagreement led to Higgins leaving via phone call at 3:50 a.m. During the meeting, Higgins was assured that she would be returning home soon. Unfortunately, this would be Claire's last contact with her friend. Imete Sanquien was last seen at 4 a.m. at the Falls Bar. 17 agonizing hours later, police in Brooklyn received an anonymous call that led them to a grisly discovery. A lifeless body, identified as St. Julian's, was discovered on Fountain Avenue at Spring Creek Park. The horrific details surrounding her murder painted a bleak picture. She was discovered naked, wrapped in a comforter. Her broken fingernails a testament to her desperate struggle against her attacker. Her fingers and toes were bound. A sock had been stuffed down her throat, and her head was encased in packing tape. Even her hair had been brutally cut. An autopsy revealed a horrific sequence of events, with men suffering a brutal beating, sexual assault, and disfigurement at the hands of her attacker. The investigation into Imete Sanquien's murder quickly became a harrowing and high-profile case that drew the attention of not only New York City, but the entire country, and was handled with utmost seriousness and determination. The Special Victims Squad and the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad of the New York City Police Department worked together to investigate the chilling circumstances surrounding her death. The investigation into Imete Sanquien's tragic death took a complicated turn as police dug deeper into the events of that fateful night at the bar. The accounts provided by the employees and the bar manager, Daniel Dorian, added layers of mystery to the unfolding plot. The bouncer's testimony revealed that she was visibly intoxicated, and there were discussions about removing her from the premises. Daniel Dorian, the bar manager with a notable family history in the New York nightlife scene, had explicitly stated that he could be kicked out of the bar by 4 a.m. when it closes. When questioned, Daniel initially claimed to not know Imete. However, he later admitted to ordering his 2 bouncers, Tim and Daryl, as well as Little John, to accompany her out at the designated time. What raised eyebrows in this scenario was Daniel Dorian's failure to thoroughly vet his employees. It was discovered that Tim and Daryl were on probation and parole, and thus should not have been allowed to work at the bar, especially after curfew. The police then focused their attention on the 2 bouncers, beginning with Tim. He explained that he left the bar at 4:15 a.m. to catch the ferry to Staten Island, leaving Daryl and Ma in conversation. Daryl, on the other hand, told the police that he had a disagreement with Emmett about racism and crimes against black men. He falsely claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. During their confrontation, Daryl claimed that he had escorted him out of the bar around 4 a.m., but he had no idea how she had gotten home. As the investigation progressed, police began tracking Daryl's movements between 4 a.m. and 8:26 p.m., when Emmett's body was discovered. His alibi, which involved visiting his mother in a nursing home, was questioned as yet another possible falsehood. This prompted the police to obtain a warrant for Daryl Eves' DNA, as well as permission to search his home and car in order to discover the truth about that night's tragic events. The investigation took a significant step forward when law enforcement discovered that Daryl Littlejohn's DNA was on file from a previous bank robbery conviction. A chilling breakthrough occurred when the blood found on the plastic ties used to bind Emmett was discovered to be a match to Daryl's DNA. This crucial piece of evidence connected him directly to the crime scene, raising suspicions about his involvement in the heinous murder. With this damning evidence in hand, Daryl Littlejohn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case against him was about to begin in court, with justice being sought for Emmett St. Guillen's tragic and untimely death. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a chilling picture of a man with a troubling history of impersonating law enforcement officers and engaging in predatory behavior. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence presented to the court was Shania Woodard's abduction in 2005. Shania Woodard was walking home when she came across Daryl, who was dressed in a law enforcement uniform, complete with dark blue police pants, a jacket, a cap belt, handcuffs, and a gun. His shirt even appeared to include a police logo and the words "fugitive agent." This guy was convincing enough to deter Shania, who was then subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Daryl requested her identification, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a blue van. Shania Woodard's instincts told her that something was very wrong, and she bravely freed herself from the moving vehicle before seeking assistance. Daryl was later arrested in connection with Emmett's case, and Sean recognized him, prompting a search of his van. Surprisingly, DNA evidence from both Shania and Daryl was discovered in the van, as well as on the handcuffs recovered during a search warrant. Another alarming incident occurred in the same month as the Shania's attack. A 22-year-old woman had a terrifying encounter with Daryl as she exited the Queens subway station. She assumed Daryl was a police officer based on his clothing, replicating his previous impersonation. Daryl demanded identification again, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a vehicle that drove her to Jamaica on Queens Boulevard. The woman's ordeal continued as Daryl wrapped a jacket around her head, taped a black knit cap to her face, and slept. She was sexually assaulted, which was a horrifying and deeply traumatic event. The grim reality was that, like the Shania abduction, this crime went unsolved until Emmett St. Guillen's murder. Only after the investigation into the Emmett case revealed these horrifying details did a pattern of escalating predatory behavior become clear. The prosecution argued that each of these attacks had a common thread: Daryl Littlejohn's abduction of women walking alone, often under the guise of a law enforcement officer. What distinguished Emmett's case was the tragic outcome, as the prosecution contended that she was murdered because she had the potential to identify her abductor and embed his knowledge of where Daryl worked, and her ability to identify him represented a dangerous liability for Daryl, leading to the heinous act that ultimately took her life. This disturbing pattern of behavior painted a bleak picture of Daryl Littlejohn as a serial abductor and sexual predator, leaving the jury to grapple with the horrific details of these crimes while seeking justice for St. Guillen and the other victims. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a bleak and disturbing picture of what happened after he was tasked with accompanying Emmett St. Guillen from the bar. According to the prosecution, Daryl kidnapped her during a storm and took her to his basement home in Queens, where she suffered a horrific and traumatic ordeal. It was claimed that he sexually assaulted her, bound her wrists and ankles, and used tape to tightly cover her face and head during the terrifying attack while she fought for her life, resulting in broken fingers and bloodied hands. The prosecution believed that the blood found on the ties used to bind Emmett's wrists was caused by a nosebleed Daryl experienced during the struggle. Additionally, scratches on Daryl's neck during his police questioning were viewed as potential evidence of a violent confrontation. The prosecution also presented compelling cell phone evidence against Daryl, who left his phone near the scene where Imete's lifeless body was discovered. The tracking of his cell phone revealed a brief movement from his Queens home to the vicinity of Imete's body. Mamadou, a security guard en route to his construction site on Fountain Avenue, made an important observation. He saw a light-colored Ford van with tinted windows on Saturday evening. Just after 7 p.m., the van had no license plates, and its headlights were off. Chi claimed he couldn't see anyone inside the van because of the dark tinted windows, but he did notice what appeared to be the glow of a cell phone held to a person's ear. This description fit Daryl Van, adding to the mounting evidence against him. An anonymous 911 call was placed at 8:43 p.m. That night, suspicions grew more intense. Fiber analysis presented in court revealed that the bedspread and tape used to wrap Imete's body, as well as the van, contained fibers similar to carpet fibers, rabbit hair, and mink fur found in Daryl's home. The defense vehemently maintained Daryl's innocence, claiming that he was set up. Attorney Joyce David claimed that Daryl was chosen because of his extensive criminal history. The defense argued that the true perpetrator was Daniel Dorian, the manager of the false bar. They argued that Daniel, a member of a wealthy and influential family, may have had his powerful family cover up the crime. In a pivotal moment during the trial, Daniel Dorian took the stand and admitted that he had initially been less than forthcoming with investigators about kicking Imete out of the bar due to concerns about the negative publicity it would generate. He vehemently denied any involvement with a mass murderer and claimed innocence. The trial produced two opposing narratives. One from the prosecution painting Daryl Littlejohn as a violent sexual predator responsible for Imete's tragic death, and another from the defense, pointing fingers at Daniel Dorian as a potential suspect. Ultimately, it was up to the jury to weigh the evidence and consider the arguments presented by both sides. After less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict, finding Daryl Littlejohn guilty of the charges against him. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy and emotionally charged trial. Daryl was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, ensuring that he would never again be a threat to society. In addition, he received a 25-year-to-life sentence for kidnapping Shania Woodard. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the tranquil coastal town of St. Augustine, Florida, July 8, 2010, was a day that those who knew her would never forget. A solitary beach house served as the backdrop for a perplexing mystery. Friends and family struggled to understand the mysterious disappearance of a 45-year-old woman who had been a fixture in their lives. Her presence, last seen at a neighborhood gathering on July 6th, appeared to have faded into the shadows, leaving a trail of unsettling questions. Brittany Tavar, 45, a resident of St. Augustine, Florida, had a heart as big as the ocean and a smile that could brighten even the darkest day. Brittany had a large family with many siblings, but they all lived far away on the other side of the country. They loved her despite the distance, but life's twists and turns had separated them. People who knew Brittany spoke of her fondly. She was known for her kindness, generous spirit, and unwavering respect for everyone she met. Brittany had a talent for assisting others, which defined her in an intriguing twist of fate. Brittany had once set her sights on Hollywood, hoping to discover her dreams amidst the city's glitz and glamour. After her Hollywood venture failed, Brittany returned to St. Augustine, her hometown. She forged a new path here, eventually becoming a photographer and real estate agent. Her camera lens captured the beauty of the town, and her friendly demeanor helped others. Brittany's love of making friends was what truly set her apart. She had a knack for turning strangers into friends, and her network in St. Augustine quickly expanded. People from all walks of life were drawn to her infectious personality. However, life is unpredictable, and Brittany had no idea what was going to happen next. Brittany's last appearance in the community was on the evening of July 6th, just 2 days before her mysterious disappearance. She was upbeat as she mingled with neighbors and friends at the lively party. Later that evening, around 9 p.m., she made a routine stop at a nearby gas station to fuel her Toyota RAV4. However, after this seemingly routine pit stop, Brittany became an elusive mystery when friends worried about her disappearance went to her house. It appeared normal from the outside. There appeared to be no activity inside the house. Her car was noticeably absent, prompting a few of them to speculate that she had temporarily left her home for a few days. Her family was concerned, however, because they knew it was unusual for her to leave without informing anyone. Police did not launch an investigation right away because nothing seemed out of place, and there was no evidence of foul play or that Brittany had suffered any harm. Friends and her partner, Tim Martin, gained entry to her home through a locksmith, and upon closer inspection, a strange scene unfolded before their eyes. The house had an almost unnatural cleanliness, as if it had been thoroughly scrubbed, leaving a distinct odor of cleaning products, particularly bleach. Brittany's two small white Bichon Frise dogs, Colbert and Huey, were also missing, but her cats remained inside the house. The hum of the air conditioning system in the background added to the mystery, which was unusual for Brittany, who was normally concerned about power consumption and would not leave it on even if she was only going away for a few days. Brittany's friends told the police that she had expressed concern and fear to them. She had spoken with some of them about her concerns. This unease stemmed from a contentious dispute she had with her neighbor, and what had once been a cordial relationship had devolved into a cauldron of hostility, marked by physical skirmishes, legal skirmishes, and Brittany's fervent attempts to obtain a permanent restraining order against Anna. The timing of Brittany's disappearance was especially puzzling because it coincided with a critical court hearing in this long-running dispute. Brittany meticulously gathered evidence and prepared for her upcoming trial, making her sudden disappearance even more perplexing to those who knew her well. She was looking forward to her appearance in court and did not want to miss it. Brittany and Anne had previously been close friends, bonding over shared memories and camaraderie. However, Anne's idyllic friendship began to unravel when her boyfriend crossed the Atlantic from Ireland, prompting her to seek accommodations for her roommate in order to make room for her view. Brittany, ever accommodating, agreed to house Anne's roommate, but later changed her mind. This abrupt reversal heightened tensions between Brittany and Anne, laying the groundwork for a contentious dispute. The conflict escalated to alarming proportions, culminating in a shocking physical altercation that resulted in Brittany's arrest on battery charges. Her once welcoming demeanor had changed to one of resolute determination to seek legal protection against Anne's perceived threats. Brittany carried a video camera with her at all times, documenting every interaction with Anne in order to gather irrefutable evidence for the impending court battle. Among these clashes, the day Brittany disappeared emerged as a watershed moment. She had long anticipated the day she would appear in court for the civil suit seeking a permanent restraining order against Anne. She had worked hard to gather evidence and prepare to present her case to her friends and family. The idea of Brittany willingly missing this critical hearing seemed implausible. While Anne naturally became a person of interest in the eyes of investigators, initial inquiries indicated she had a credible alibi. A few days after Brittany's last sighting, her two beloved dogs, Colbert and Huey, were discovered wandering separately in Hopkins, South Carolina, adding an unexpected twist to the case. In the midst of this neighborly feud, another aspect of Brittany's personality emerged, a compassionate spirit who had opened her home to at least 8 different homeless people over the years. Brittany welcomed them warmly, offering shelter in exchange for their assistance with various household tasks. Among them was Joseph Dean Roberts, a 26-year-old who had recently lived with Brittany. Brittany had only met Joseph a few weeks before her mysterious disappearance at a local Barnes & Noble bookstore. Despite their brief interactions, Joseph had shared his harrowing story with her. He had become homeless after losing his job at the Kangaroo gas station on St. Augustine Beach. Brittany, known for her boundless kindness, extended her hand and offered him a place to stay. Joseph's first impressions painted him as an unassuming average young man, which was confirmed by his friends. They saw no reason for concern, believing him to be a typical house guest. However, Joseph had a tragic backstory, telling Brittany's friends that he had lost his parents and that his living situation had become hostile, prompting him to seek refuge under her roof. Brittany went above and beyond when she moved in by purchasing a computer. They shared ambitions to start a web design business together, which reflected Brittany's adventurous spirit. The police, who were always eager to try new things, became increasingly interested in Joseph as they learned more about his relationship with Brittany and the events surrounding her disappearance. He was pulled over for speeding in Brittany's car in Evanston, Wyoming, the day after her disappearance. Strangely, he was released without being questioned about her location. However, as the investigation progressed, a more sinister pattern emerged, implicating Joseph in the disturbing chain of events as investigators dug deeper into Brittany Genevieve Tavares' mysterious disappearance. Joseph Dean Roberts emerged as a key figure in the unfolding mystery. His actions and connections to Brittany sparked suspicion, leaving a trail of questions that demanded answers. Joseph had become a person of interest for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, he was the last known person to be with Brittany on the evening of July 6th, just before her disappearance. Second, he'd been in possession of Brittany's car shortly after she went missing, which was a disturbing fact that could not be ignored. The circumstances surrounding his encounter with law enforcement in Evanston, Wyoming, were quite perplexing. On July 11th, he was pulled over for speeding while driving Brittany's car. Despite being alone and in possession of her vehicle, the police officer who stopped him made no connection to Brittany's disappearance and released him with a warning. Joseph's actions did not end at the traffic stop. Later that day, he was seen at a Walmart in Ontario, buying items that raised eyebrows. He acquired a tent, a black t-shirt, and tan cargo shorts. These unusual purchases fueled the growing suspicion of Joseph's involvement in Brittany's disappearance. The investigation took an alarming turn when it was discovered that Brittany's credit card was still being used, despite the fact that she had vanished without a trace. Authorities closely examined the credit card transactions and discovered a troubling pattern. Brittany's card had been used in multiple states, including North Carolina, Idaho, and Oregon. This financial trail painted a picture of someone taking advantage of Brittany's possessions, fueling fears that she was in serious danger. With mounting evidence and growing concerns about Joseph's potential involvement, authorities took a proactive approach and issued a public alert. The message was clear. Joseph Dean Roberts was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance, and he should not be underestimated. Law enforcement warned that he could be armed and dangerous, prompting a nationwide search. The hope of finding Brittany alive persisted, but the details revealed a chilling and ominous picture. The search for Joseph Dean Roberts intensified, motivated by a desire for answers and justice in this haunting mystery. In the never-ending search for answers in Brittany, Genevieve Tavares' disappearance reached a watershed moment on October 12th, when Joseph Dean Roberts was arrested in Seattle for shoplifting. This seemingly unrelated incident would cast an ominous shadow over the ongoing investigation, eventually revealing the grim truth about Brittany's fate while Joseph was in custody. Florida authorities rushed to Seattle to question him about Brittany's disappearance. Their hope remained steadfast that Brittany was still alive and awaiting rescue. They had no idea that the chilling revelation that was about to unfold would put an end to that glimmer of hope. During questioning, Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared Brittany's life and home in the weeks preceding her disappearance, began to reveal the chilling details of what happened that fateful night. According to Joseph's confession, a heated argument broke out between him and Brittany on the night of July 6, 2010. The tension rose, reaching a terrifying climax as anger turned to violence. In a moment of brutality, Joseph had resorted to using a hammer to strike Brittany in the head several times, but she had not died immediately. Joseph recounted with chilling detachment that Brittany was still alive, albeit briefly, in a gruesome twist. Joseph described taking a knife from the kitchen, intending to silence the woman who had once provided him with shelter and kindness. Joseph used a sharp object to deliver the fatal blow to the neck. The aftermath of this heinous crime was a scene of unspeakable horror. There was blood everywhere. Joseph needed to act quickly to cover his tracks, so he used bleach and a slew of towels to remove the heinous evidence of his crime. The amount of blood was so large that it required 6 trash bags to contain the aftermath. In a chilling twist of fate, Joseph's original plan was to hide Brittany's lifeless body in the attic. However, he quickly realized that her remains were too heavy to carry up the stairs. Instead, he resorted to wrapping her lifeless body in sheets and garbage bags, leaving her tragically unrecognizable. Brittany's body was then placed in her own car. However, the question remained: why had Joseph chosen to accompany Brittany's beloved dogs on his sinister journey to conceal his heinous crime? Joseph's twisted logic came to light. He understood that leaving the dogs at Brittany's house would raise suspicions. He needed to buy time, diverting attention away from the atrocities he had committed. Brittany's life was ended. Joseph set out on a grim journey with her body hidden in her own car and her once loved pets by his side. He drove Brittany's car, carrying her remains, and abandoned her body in a desolate wooded area near Interstate 95. Joseph attempted to bury her, but the difficult terrain made the effort futile. Instead, her body was exposed. In a disturbingly casual revelation, Joseph admitted that after completing this macabre task, he returned home when asked if he had gone to sleep. His response was chillingly straightforward. "Yes, I did." Following this eerie interlude, Joseph embarked on a cross-country journey, crossing state lines. While leaving Brittany's car in a Seattle library parking lot, a stark reminder of the disturbing nature of his actions. The release of these gruesome details sent shockwaves through the investigation and the community, which had hoped for Brittany's safe return. Her body, which was severely decomposed, had to be identified using dental records. She died as a result of apparent blunt force trauma. It was a horrifying reminder of the brutality she'd experienced. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared her home and her trust, had thrown Brittany into a nightmare from which she would never recover. Following Joseph Dean Roberts' chilling confession, the mystery surrounding Brittany and Genevieve Taver's disappearance begins to unravel. The police discovered that everything Joseph had told Brittany was a lie. He had spent several months living in the woods near the bookstore where they had met. Law enforcement believed Joseph had a habit of wandering along Florida's beaches, attempting to persuade women to give him a place to stay. The strategy had been successful on numerous occasions. Brittany was not the first woman to offer him shelter, and those who had welcomed him into their homes at first thought he was harmless and, in some cases, pitied his situation. However, a troubling shift in his behavior usually occurred soon after moving in. For example, a woman Joseph worked with at the Kangaroo gas station offered him a room to rent in her home. From August 2008 until January 2009, he appeared pleasant and honest at first, despite his inability to afford a motel. He even discussed his mental health issues, such as depression and angry outburst. However, within a few weeks, his behavior deteriorated. He became disinterested, neglected personal hygiene, and began using illegal substances in the home. When she discovered this, she immediately asked him to leave, and he left the same day. A month later, another gas station employee named Cheryl Davenport offered Joseph a place to stay after he was fired for theft. Cheryl thought of him as a friend, and she was aware that his mental health issues had caused strained relationships with his family. In exchange for housing, she asked him to care for her 3 young children. Unfortunately, the destructive pattern repeated itself. Joseph stopped bathing and resumed his prohibited substance use, prompting Cheryl to ask him to leave. During this time, Joseph moved in with Brittany in tragic circumstances. Before she had the chance to request his departure, he committed a heinous act of violence, brutally killing her. Brittany was unaware of Joseph's history of severe anger issues, which led to this horrific tragedy. Joseph's account of Brittany's brutal murder prompted his immediate arrest. The gravity of the crime he had committed was obvious, and the legal system moved quickly to hold him accountable for his heinous actions. Joseph initially pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, setting the stage for a trial to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, as the case progressed, legal discussions and arguments became more prominent. Questions about Joseph's state of mind, the circumstances surrounding the crime, and the pursuit of justice led to a watershed moment in the case. Ultimately, the prosecution and defense reached a significant agreement and accepted a guilty plea to a lesser charge. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who killed Brittany in an unspeakable act of violence, has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. This plea represented a significant turning point in the case. The court accepted the plea and sentenced him to a 30-year term in a Florida state correctional facility. While this outcome may not have provided the full measure of justice that Brittany's loved ones had hoped for, it did ensure that Joseph was held accountable for his heinous crime. He would spend decades in prison, paying for the life he had taken and the anguish he had caused Brittany's family, friends, and the community that had rallied in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Sabrina Queeter, a heinous crime in an affluent London neighborhood. Compulsive thoughts are a mental disorder defined by the occurrence of ideas and actions that occur against a person's will and from which they are unable to break free. In some extreme cases, these thoughts can literally take over the mind, and when combined with a complex manipulative nature, innate cruelty, and a manic desire for dominance, the result is a time bomb. Sabrina Queeter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the fabulous, wealthy, and carefree life she had envisioned since she was a child, but it was never enough. No partner was good enough for her, and she always felt like she was born for fame, attention, and luxury. Her unrealized ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually led to delusions and violent outbursts. Unfortunately, Sabrina discovered a defenseless man on whom she vented her rage. This case became one of the most notorious and high-profile in British history. An innocent girl who cared for her children was the victim of a deranged situation. Sabrina Queeter her early years. Sabrina Queeter was born on December 5, 1982, in a London suburb with a distinct blend of French and Algerian heritage from her parents. This unique combination most likely contributed to her striking appearance and fiery personality. Sabrina, the eldest of 4 children, was the family darling, constantly praised and held up as a role model for others. Her family moved to France when she was 2 years old, settling in Paris where she spent the majority of her childhood and youth. Sabrina's complex personality began to emerge during her school years. Her former classmates later described her as arrogant, domineering, self-absorbed, and exceedingly selfish. She had few friends, both at school and among her neighborhood peers, and she considered everyone around her to be unworthy in comparison to other bright and outgoing girls her age. She was especially hostile, seeing them as competitors and enemies. With her stunning appearance, a striking brunette with brown eyes and an impressive physique, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she could connect with people instead of manipulating them. As a child, during her youth, she participated in sports and expressed an interest in music. However, her inconsistency, impatience for quick results, and lack of effort hampered her success in all fields. Years later, Sabrina claimed that she was treated harshly by her maternal relatives in France during her childhood. However, these claims were never supported or proven. In contrast, her family insisted that she was indulged and constantly sought attention. Sabrina suffered a back injury while participating in sports as a teenager, which led to her dependence on prescription painkillers. She attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, resulting in her arrest and a police warning. Sabrina was always hyper-focused on herself and her appearance, craving constant attention. She was confident that her future held a wealthy, glamorous life filled with celebrity interactions and her own stardom. Her fantasies seemed to overshadow her reality at times, as she believed she had earned her place in Hollywood. Sabrina holds an English and French literature degree from the Sorbonne. However, since 2006, she has claimed various fashion industry professions such as stylist, makeup artist, fashion designer, and designer, despite her lack of actual expertise in these areas. Complex relationship with Wissam Madouni. Sabrina Queeter is known for her stunning appearance and a penchant for captivating men and exploiting their affection, but she never considered any of her suitors to be worthy of a serious relationship. She was literally waiting for a prince who would fully obey her. Sabrina was still unsure of her life goals after graduating from school, believing she was entitled to everything without effort. Nonetheless, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University while also working at a sweet shop for financial support. At the age of 18, she met Wissam Madouni, who was 6 years her senior, worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company, and attended one of Paris's most prestigious universities. Despite not being particularly attractive, he wished to pursue a master's degree in order to advance his career in the celebrity world. He fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was willing to satisfy all of her desires and fantasies. Sabrina found Madouni appealing, seeing him as someone she could manipulate as well as a ticket to a wealthy life. He was ambitious, capable of great professional success, and eager to pamper and spoil her. The couple started dating in 2000 and decided to live together after a few months. Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature, attempting to control my duties in every way. If her demands were not met, she resorted to tantrums, threats, and even physical violence. Furthermore, she soon began openly cheating on Meduni, with no attempt to hide or justify her actions. She could have flings with anyone, from a random acquaintance to Meduni's best friend or colleague. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship and leave her, Meduni always returned, unable to let go of his deep love for Sabrina. Meduni received his master's degree and a significant promotion in 2001, and he began earning a substantial income, which he lavished on Sabrina's expensive clothing and entertainment. Its family owned several properties in Paris, and he managed them, giving Sabrina all of the rental income. Meduni, who also had Franco-Algerian roots, saw Sabrina as a kindred spirit. According to some reports, the couple married in a special Muslim ceremony in the fall of 2001, as evidenced by a certificate issued by a mosque in Argentina. However, the religious ceremony was insufficient to establish the union as official and legal. The couple had a son, whose paternity Madonia officially acknowledged. However, years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois claimed to be the child's father, and a witness in Quitter's trial described her as volatile, unpredictable, promiscuous, and manipulative during her relocation to London. The global financial crisis hit hard in 2008, causing the company where Youssef Meduni worked to go bankrupt, costing him his high-paying job. Around this time, Sabrina Quitter developed a strong desire to move to London. She made the decision without consulting her partner, leaving her with few options and hoping for a new career in one of the world's major financial hubs. Meduni followed her to London, where he found employment in a major English bank. However, Sabrina has struggled to establish herself in the fashion industry. Her ambitions to be a designer, model, or makeup artist were stifled by a lack of skills, experience, and formal education in these areas. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. She worked in a variety of positions over the years, including nanny in a call center, cafe, and even network marketing. Sabrina Quitter's search for love took an unexpected turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to secure professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended a number of auditions and social events in the hopes of making valuable connections. Sabrina was fortunate to meet Mark Walton, a well-known musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the popular Irish boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark went on to become a successful producer and music mogul, working with Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of person Sabrina had hoped to meet on her way to a life of fame and luxury. She impressed Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted to falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the beautiful woman. Their relationship grew quickly, and Sabrina worked hard to remain pleasant and endearing, eventually ending her relationship with modernity because she saw a bright future with Mark. His previous relationship and child did not deter her. Within weeks, the lovers had moved in together to a luxurious home in an affluent area of London. Mark covered all of Sabrina's expenses, including the rent for the lavish house she chose for several months, in order to bring and live the opulent life she had long desired, which included socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. Sabrina found it difficult to manage Mark because she was afraid of losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long, and soon began to be jealous of every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands grew over time, requiring more gifts and luxury. Mark spoiled her with designer clothes, jewelry, and trips to upscale restaurants and clubs. But it wasn't enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or trying to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually. Mark was driven to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina began conducting interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begged him to return, and even threatened to commit suicide. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who is the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Quitter contacted her ex-partner, Wissam Madouni, who was a successful bank executive, and immediately forgave and accepted her back, despite still having feelings for her. They resumed living together. Sabrina discovered she was pregnant shortly after her reunion with Madouni. She quickly notified Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed a willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina by offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test after delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to take the test, which could have resulted in substantial regular payments, indicated her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded that Walton double the proposed allowance. After his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media to spread false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of modernity, and physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Madouni, frightening the children, and sexually assaulting her in an unnatural manner. However, she was unable to back up her claims because Walton had a solid alibi and had been in the United States since their breakup. Sabrina temporarily stopped accusing her ex-boyfriend after Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened her with legal action. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Madouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly peaceful existence as the conflict appeared to be resolved. Sabrina Queter, a French nanny who was used to handling household chores but found it difficult to manage 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also help with housework. She advertised a job online and conducted interviews in person. The majority of candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did not last long in her household. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, responded to the advertisement. At the time, Sophie, 19, was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was done via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms including childcare, housework, and cooking, in exchange for a symbolic weekly salary of £50, which included full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, near Alex, and her parents, Catherine and Patrick Leonette, were simple workers with a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. Sophia graduated from school with a diploma in childcare but did not want to work in her province, preferring to relocate to a larger city, known for being shy, quiet, and unassuming in appearance, but extremely kind and open-hearted. Sophie was loved by those who knew her despite her poor vision. She wore glasses, which she was slightly self-conscious about, and their conversation made her realize that Sophie, the plain Gain, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Furthermore, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, so she was willing to work for the minimum wage. Sophie thought Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, which she told her parents before leaving for London. Kind employers rose to a sophisticated status. Initially, Sophie Leonette seemed to be doing well, believing that working for the Tweeters would be a great way to start her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, completed household chores as required by her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and everything seemed fine. Madouni lost his job, and the family's only reliable source of income became Walton's monthly child support payments. To bring it back, Walton was asked to pay more money, which prompted him to request a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial difficulties, including high rent and basic living expenses. Of Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, she became irritable and aggressive, frequently venting her frustration on the young nanny. The couple tried to start a bakery with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton and asked for a large sum of money to start a clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, resulting in tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lynette about her ex-lover, and the nanny attempted to console her employer. What happens next varies according to the source. According to one version, who either devised a scheme to use Sophie as a weapon to blackmail Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's, an accomplice and lover who was allegedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton and used her as a tool for vengeance. She believed that recording and presenting the nanny's confessions to the police would be sufficient evidence to seek restitution from Walton for his heinous act. Sophie refused to make false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Quitter's lawyers in court, suggested that Sabrina believed in her conspiracy theory because of her mental illness and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly did not force the nanny to give false testimony, but she truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice who infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life quickly devolved into a living nightmare, a torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Sophie Lionnet, a young French woman, was initially burdened with extra work that did not correspond to an increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engrossed in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, preventing her from fleeing or returning to France. Her employers seized her passport, making her a captive. Her interactions with family were strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to make false statements about Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was only communicated with through screams, insults, and threats, and was accused of stealing money and valuables. She was threatened with imprisonment if she didn't comply with their demands regarding the musician. When screaming and blackmail became ineffective, the Sabrina Coiters used more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all of her time when not working, eating scantily once or twice a day and becoming emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not her worst experiences. Physical abuse became the most traumatic stage. It began with slabs and hair pulling, but quickly escalated to Sabrina breaking Sophie's nose and a violent assault. The sight of blood seemed to enrage Sabrina, making beatings a daily occurrence for Sophie. Every day brought new methods of cruelty intended to cause unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London neighborhood became a true torture chamber for the lioness, with no hope of rescue. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Quiter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lioness to a police station, claiming Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship, and who had allegedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent and refused to say what Sabrina demanded, so the police decided to speak with her privately and take her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing Sophie would reveal the horrors taking place in their home and implicate her and her husband. Sophie mysteriously chose not to reveal anything or seek help. The police's reaction was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, scared, and weakened young woman, they did not contact a doctor or psychologist to ensure her health and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old man weighed less than 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was limping noticeably. Despite this, the officers remain unconcerned and simply allow everyone to leave. A disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. Sophie Lionnet sobbed as she made her final call to her mother in mid-September. Sophie told her mother that she wanted to return home but didn't have any money. Catherine, without going into detail, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and that she should pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she heard Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20, 2017, in the evening, the Cougars' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself as by the nauseating, sweetly greasy odor it emitted. A neighbor reported that it smelled like burning flesh and hair, as well as something identifiable, and that the thick smoke clouds that stretched half a block immediately impregnated clothes and skin with a stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived on the scene. The house owners, who appeared calm and unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them after extinguishing the fire. What appeared to be a charred human hand was discovered among the ashes. The couple was immediately apprehended, and severely burned human remains were recovered from the fire. The deceased's gender and age were indeterminable, but the body was quickly identified as Sophie Lionnet, as evidenced by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. The cause of Sophie Lionet's death was difficult to determine because her body had been almost completely burned. Forensic experts discovered multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating that she sustained these injuries while alive. In addition, she had several missing teeth and a severely damaged nose. Sophie had suffered prolonged and brutal beatings. resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, the extent of the fire damage made it impossible to assess the state of her internal organs and identify any penetrating wounds. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house depicting Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children exposed her captor's true sadistic nature. Sophie was brutally beaten with an iron cord, a golf club, and even electric shocks. She also faced humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in the toilet until she suffocated. Experts believe Sophie died of asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her the agony of being alive during the burning trial and sentence. Sabrina Queder and Ouissem Madouni denied guilt and expressed no remorse for their heinous crime. Following the murder, Madouni calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase firelighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, as if nothing had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple started in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to portray herself as a victim, blaming Mark Walton for driving her to a pathological state with his constant torment. Sabrina was diagnosed with mental disorders, but she was not insane and could understand her actions. We were physically healthy but psychologically dependent on Sabrina and blindly obedient to her. Sabrina's former lover, who testified in court, described her as a cunning manipulator rather than a mad woman because she planned her moves so carefully. Another witness stated that she always made up enemies, but did so rationally and for selfish reasons. On June 26, 2018, the court found the couple guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny in aggravated circumstances. They were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and neither admitted guilt despite ongoing appeals to reduce their sentence. Sabrina attempted to feign insanity, hoping to be transferred from prison to a hospital, but was unsuccessful. Mark Walton testified at the trial that he felt guilty about his ex-lover's actions because he committed these atrocities to gain his attention and financial compensation. He expressed his heartfelt condolences to the victims' parents and voluntarily issued a large check to assist the bereaved families who had lost their beloved daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Susie Cooper was at the Nag's Head pub in Heworth, York, United Kingdom on Thursday evening, March 18, 2009. She eagerly awaited the arrival of her dear friend, Claudia Lawrence, with whom she intended to share a drink, a common occurrence among close friends who felt more like sisters. Susie waited patiently, but Claudia was nowhere to be seen. Susie texted Claudia, concerned that she might be running late. However, after receiving no response, she decided to call Claudia, only to discover that the call went directly to voicemail. It seemed unusual for Claudia to miss their meeting, so Susie considered the possibility that Claudia had simply fallen asleep. Claudia worked as a chef at the University of York, which required her to arrive early due to the nature of her work. After getting the job, she moved to Earthworth Road, where she lived alone in a modest terrace house, enjoying her solitude. Claudia enjoyed participating in a variety of activities. She frequently socialized with friends at the Nag's Head pub and spent time honing her horseback riding skills, which she had developed since she was a child. Claudia had a pony as a child, and her family's home in Malton, a North Yorkshire market town, included a paddock. Her upbringing was filled with joy and fulfillment because she was the youngest of two girls. Her sister, Ali, was 3 years older. Her senior Claudia's parents, Peter and Joan, provided them with a wonderful life and a good education, sending them to a private school for a comfortable upbringing. Aside from material comforts, Claudia and her sister learned the profound values of kindness and love. Their home became a haven for animals in need, instilling in Claudia a compassionate and nurturing attitude that she carried into adulthood. Despite her parents' divorce when she was an adult, Claudia remained close to both her father, a solicitor in town, and her mother. Claudia did not show up at Nag's Head that fateful night, and Susie became increasingly concerned as she had not heard from her. Susie decided to check in on Claudia again the next morning. Sensing that it was extremely unusual for Claudia to miss a meeting without communication. This time, her attempt to call Claudia resulted in a more unsettling discovery. Claudia's phone was switched off, Susie was immediately alarmed because Claudia was known for always carrying her phone with her and texting constantly. Susie, concerned about Claudia's well-being, contacted Peter and expressed her inability to reach her, concerned as well. Peter agreed to go to Claudia's house and investigate the situation. Fears persist that Claudia may have been involved in an accident at home or worse, faced a potential threat from an intruder. Peter took the initiative to contact the University of York, where Claudia was employed as a chef and was scheduled to work on Thursday. Unfortunately, the news he received was upsetting. Claudia did not show up for work that day. When Peter arrived at Claudia's house, he noticed that her slippers were neatly arranged by the door. The dishes were stacked, and her bed was perfectly made. Her passport and bank cards were present, as was the jewelry she wore on a regular basis outside of work. Her phone and rucksack were noticeably absent. Claudia always carried her rucksack to work, which she used to transport her chef's whites. This raised the unsettling possibility that she had left for work on March 18 as planned, and her failure to arrive suggested that something had gone wrong along the way. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Peter immediately contacted the police, officially reporting Claudia missing. The case revealed its peculiarities from the start, prompting an unusual response from the police. Despite Claudia's age of 35 and the lack of obvious signs of foul play, police launched an immediate search. In cases involving adults, particularly when there is no obvious evidence of wrongdoing, authorities may take a more patient approach, taking into account the possibility that individuals will take a break or some time for themselves and reappear later. However, in Claudia's case, the cops were inclined to believe otherwise. Claudia had last been seen on a Wednesday, after speaking with Peter and Joan on the phone that same night. Beyond that point, her whereabouts were a mystery, with no discernible clues. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police responded quickly, dispatching nearly 200 officers to search the area surrounding Claudia's home and the route she usually takes to work. They also thoroughly investigated the events of the day she was last seen, hoping to find any unusual occurrences that could shed light on her disappearance. Claudia was caught on COTV leaving work just after 2:30 on the previous Wednesday. Her 45-minute walk to do her homework was captured on video by various CCTV cameras. During her walk, she posted a letter and was offered a ride by a colleague who saw her. Claudia declined the offer, returned home shortly before 3 p.m., briefly went inside, and was seen walking towards her house again 15 minutes later. Later that evening, Claudia made a routine phone call to her father, Peter, and then another to her mother, Joan. Both conversations were unremarkable, with no alarming or distressing content, and followed the usual pattern of their interactions. Claudia mentioned during the call with Joan that she was going to bed soon to prepare for an early morning shift that started at 6 a.m. They talked about how they were watching the same TV show, location, and plans for Mother's Day. Claudia ended the call with a casual good night, a seemingly routine exchange that tragically marked Joan and her daughter's final conversation. Claudia texted at 8:23 p.m. Claudia did not respond to a text message sent about an hour later by a friend from Cyprus. Her phone was turned off at 12:10 a.m. According to the police investigation, Claudia most likely awoke as planned the next morning, ready to leave her house with her backpack and phone. Law enforcement believes that an incident occurred on March 19th between Heworth Road and Goodrite College. A cyclist reported seeing a woman resembling Claudia conversing with a man near the Melrose Gate electricity substation at 5:35 a.m., which provided important information. This time coincided with Claudia's usual presence at that location, as the bridge was only a 10-minute walk from her house. The man identified by the police as a left-hand smoker was the focus of this sighting. Although this account appeared significant, the CCTV camera at the Melrose Gate shops, a little further along the route, did not capture any images of Claudia during that time period. Another witness reported seeing a man and a woman arguing on the grass verge beside a parked vehicle on University Way. Around the time Claudia was supposed to start work, despite police efforts, including searches of the area and public appeals for information, no one came forward with irrelevant information about the sightings. The investigations revealed nothing about Claudia's fate. There was no identifiable crime scene, and it remained unclear whether Claudia had been missing since Wednesday night, or if she actually left for work on Thursday morning. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Claudia's disappearance became more complex, leaving investigators and those concerned for her in a state of uncertainty. Several mistakes in handling the Claudius case hampered the search efforts. One notable error was the distribution of a photograph of Claudia with blonde hair on the internet and through news agencies. Claudia had dark hair when she went missing, though. This misrepresentation may have caused confusion for those attempting to identify her. Claudia did not own a smartphone and had no social media accounts, which exacerbated the situation. The lack of digital traces made it difficult for the police to track her last movements, limiting their ability to establish a comprehensive timeline of events leading up to her disappearance. The police investigated CCTV footage in the vicinity of Claudius's home and discovered intriguing details. On Wednesday at 7:15 p.m., a man carrying a rucksack entered the alley behind Claudia's house and stayed for only a minute. What added to the oddity was his habit of stepping back and waiting for a passerby to pass before exiting, implying a desire to avoid being seen. Then at 5:07 a.m. on Thursday, another man was apprehended after entering and exiting the same alleyway in under a minute. Due to the low quality of the footage, it was unclear whether it was the same person in both instances. Strangely, no man ever came forward in relation to the sightings. At 5:42 a.m., Skeetfu a.m., CCTV footage shows a light-colored Focus driving down Heworth Road towards Claudia's home. At some point, you can see the car's brake lights illuminate, indicating that the driver is braking. Police speculated that the driver of the vehicle may have pulled over to pick up Claudia from her home. However, neither the car nor its owner were found. Nothing of significant value was discovered while searching Claudia's house. However, an unidentified partial fingerprint was discovered in the vehicle, adding another layer of mystery to the investigation. 6 weeks after Claudia's disappearance, the police turned the case into a suspected murder investigation. The decision was based on the lack of evidence indicating whether Claudia was alive or dead. During the ongoing search for Claudia, media coverage changed, influencing public perception of the case. Initially, it centered on a hardworking and friendly young woman who went missing on her way to work, causing widespread concern and a shared desire to discover the truth. The scenario of a woman disappearing while commuting to work struck a chord, instilling fear and panic in the community because people can easily empathize with the possibility of such an incident occurring to anyone. The Claudia's case story took a dramatic turn as details about her private life emerged, revealing multiple relationships with men, some of whom were married. Some of the focus shifted from a missing beautiful and friendly girl to a missing homewrecker. Claudia's relationships included married men. Of course, they refused to cooperate with any investigation, so the case was shrouded in mystery, rumors, and allegations. Even today, some people refuse to share relevant information. Claudia's relationship should not have affected any of the coverage. Claudia was a single woman with no children, and her relationships should not have been the subject of headlines and sound bites. Those who knew Claudia described her as a loving and caring friend. The only reason her relationships matter is whether or not any of the men were involved in her disappearance. And that's why the secrecy surrounding some of those relationships has hampered efforts to locate Claudia. The truth is that on that Wednesday night, she may not have slept in her own home. She may have met someone, but they have not disclosed this information. The question that needs to be asked is why not? Unfortunately, no answers have been provided, and Claudia's disappearance remains unsolved and a complete mystery. In a significant development, 5 years after Claudia's disappearance, the case moved forward in 2014. Police made their first arrests and searched locations related to the investigation. A house in North Shields, Tyneside, was searched, and a cellar was dug at an Icon pub in New York. Notably, Claudia's phone had been traced to the area in the weeks before her disappearance. The investigation into Claudia's disappearance took several turns, including the arrest of a 59-year-old man on suspicion of murder and a 46-year-old man on suspicion of perverting the course of justice. Nonetheless, both individuals were released without charge. A year later, 4 men frequenting the Nag's Head pub were arrested on suspicion of murder. Unfortunately, the case was not pursued due to a lack of evidence. Because of the lack of conclusive findings, the Claudius case remains shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. The search for the truth has been fraught with false leads and dead ends. Claudia's family, who adored her, is now holding out hope that someone will come forward with vital information someday. Until then, the fate of their beloved daughter and sister is unknown, leaving them with the enduring hope that answers will emerge and bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a quiet, unassuming Tuesday in 1992, a series of events would set the stage for a mystery that would live on in the collective memory for years. A young man known for his charm and popularity found himself in the midst of a perplexing situation within the walls of his own home. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a perplexing journey full of secrets, questions, and a never-ending search for answers. On that fateful Tuesday, October 13, 1992, in the quiet town of West Liberty, Iowa, 22-year-old Corey Wynek's life took an unexpected turn. Corey was a well-known figure in the community, not only for his athletic ability as a West Liberty high school football player, but also for his work as a bartender at his grandparents' establishment, Wink's Bar and Grill. The night before, Corey had worked a late shift at Wink's, where he spent many of his evenings as the 13th approached. Corey was scheduled to work another night behind the bar. However, when his fiancée Jody Hotz returned home around 6:30 p.m., she was met with an unusual sight. Corey's car remained parked in the driveway, and their beloved golden Labrador retriever was outside. This unusual situation alarmed Jody. Corey's routine was well established, and he was usually on his way to work by the time she got home from her job at a bank in Iowa City. The location, of course, the car, and the presence of Casey outside indicated that something was wrong. Jody's concern grew when she noticed that the screen door to their house was wide open and had out of place details, which heightened her anxiety. Bracing herself, she entered and discovered the main door unlocked. Her heart racing, she started searching the house, fearing the worst. Jody discovered Corey lying motionless on the floor in their bedroom, a horrific scene. He was covered in blood, unresponsive, and his body had become cold. Panic overwhelmed her, and in her distress, she called 911 in an emergency. Her voice trembled as she described the gruesome discovery. "I believe my fiancé has died." She informed the dispatcher that he was all bloody, not breathing, and cold. The peace of their farmhouse had been shattered by an unfathomable tragedy, and the search for answers would soon begin. The police arrived at Corey's farmhouse and confirmed a grim reality. He had been brutally beaten to death, sustaining multiple blunt force injuries, including a skull fracture. It was a startling and terrifying discovery. Jody, Corey's fiancée, became a valuable source of information for the investigators. She described her last interactions with Corey, revealing that she left for work at 8:30 a.m. That morning, he slept peacefully. Corey had returned home from Iowa City around 7 a.m. It appeared to be an ordinary morning for the couple. The lack of evidence of robbery or theft perplexed the investigators. Corey appeared to have been specifically targeted. Someone had entered their home with the sole purpose of inflicting harm on him. As the investigation progressed and word of Corey's tragic death spread throughout the community, an important piece of evidence surfaced. At 1:30 p.m., a local farmer reported driving past the Corey house. On that fateful day, they discovered a metal baseball bat on the side of the road near the property. Strangely, when he passed by earlier that morning around 9 a.m., the bat was not present. This information led police to believe that Corey was attacked between 9 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. The discovery of the baseball bat was a watershed moment in the case. Traces of blood found on the baseball bat matched Corey's blood type, implying that it was the murder weapon. Corey's injuries were consistent with the types of injuries that a baseball bat can cause. Despite having the murder weapon in their possession, the investigation encountered a frustrating setback. No fingerprints or DNA evidence were discovered on the baseball bat. This perplexing lack of conclusive evidence added another layer of complexity to the case, leaving investigators with a haunting mystery about who had targeted Corey and why the investigation into Corey's tragic murder took an unexpected turn as police delved deeper into his personal life. It became clear to law enforcement that this was not a random act of violence. Rather, it appeared that Corey knew his assailant, revealing a web of complex relationships and potential motives. The police made a startling discovery. Corey had romantic relationships with several women before his death, in addition to his fiancée, Jody. This revelation generated a large pool of potential suspects, posing a complex puzzle for investigators to solve. In the months following Corey's tragic death, they interviewed over 400 people in their never-ending search for the truth. Despite their tireless efforts, the case remained unsolved and became colder with each passing year. A decade after Corey's murder, there was still no concrete evidence of a motive or perpetrator. The much-needed breakthrough arrived unexpectedly, a quarter of a century after Corey's murder in December 2017. The information they received had the potential to uncover the truth about Corey Wienecke's tragic and long unsolved murder. In December 2017, a chance encounter at an Iowa hospital gave new life to the long unsolved murder case of Corey Wienecke. Special Agent Trent Villeda of the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation had gone to the hospital for an unrelated reason when he struck up a conversation with a nurse named Jessica Becker. When Jessica discovered Age's work on cold cases, she felt compelled to share a haunting story from her childhood. Jessica described an incident from 1992 when she was only 9 years old. She had spent the night at a friend's house on a sleepover. Annette Cahill's sister-in-law happened to be the daughter of Jacques Hazan. Jacques, one of Corey's 4 romantic partners at the time of his murder, was a woman known to the police for her involvement with him. When questioned by police, she claimed to have been shopping in Iowa City with Jack when Corey died, citing store receipts as alibis. However, Jessica's recollection cast doubt on Annette Cahill's alibi. She admitted that during her sleepover at Jack's house following Corey's murder, she and a friend sneaked downstairs after bedtime. At the bottom of the stairs, Jessica overheard Annette Cahill in the dining room, seen from behind with people crying and lighting black candles. Jessica could clearly hear Annette Cahill uttering regretful phrases. "I never intended to hurt you, Corey. I'm very sorry. I never intended to kill you, Corey. Corey, I love you." Overwhelmed and afraid of being discovered, Jessica went upstairs without Annette Cahill noticing her presence. She later told her mother about what she had witnessed, but her mother declined to report it to the police at the time. Agent V's most recent conversation with Jessica prompted a fresh look at the investigation into Corey's death. In the case files, they discovered an interview from 1996 with a man named Scott Payne, who was friends with Jacques and Annette Cahill. Scott's interview report included a critical detail. Scott Payne claimed that Annette Cahill was seen burning a lot of stuff after Anna Kay was killed. When Scott was re-interviewed, he vividly remembered seeing Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing in a barrel at Jack's house. He claimed that this occurred about 1 or 2 days after Corey's murder. Annette Cahill claimed to be disposing of paint-stained clothing, but Scott, who had previously worked in a meatpacking facility, was convinced it was blood. With this new evidence and testimonies, the police took a significant step. They arrested and charged him with first-degree murder, signaling a watershed moment in the long-running investigation into Corey Wienecke's death. Annette Cahill was 56 years old when her trial began, and she was accused of a heinous crime. The prosecution's case was based on Annette Cahill's claim of first-degree murder, accusing her of killing Corey with deliberate, premeditated, and malicious intent. However, her initial trial ended in a mistrial. Despite nearly a full day of deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Their initial vote was 11-1, with the majority favoring acquittal to ensure a fair and just decision. The judge granted the jury additional time to deliberate. Despite the extension, the jury remains deadlocked, unable to reach a consensus. As a result, the trial ended in a mistrial, and the mistrial signaled a brief pause in the legal proceedings. However, Annette Cahill's legal battle did not end there. She would face trial again in the hopes of resolving the unanswered questions surrounding Corey's tragic death. At Annette Cahill's second trial, the prosecution based their case on a disturbing story of jealousy and a deadly encounter. They claimed that Annette Cahill killed Corey out of jealousy, motivated by his engagement and involvement with other women. The court heard gruesome details about Corey's death. He had received 13 blows, all while still alive. The murder weapon, a bat, had been discovered about a mile from Corey's house. It was discovered by a reporter who was forced to walk down a gravel road after his car broke down, where he came across the ominous item. A nearby farmer confirmed seeing the bat by the side of the road around 1:30 p.m. The backboard had distinctive features, including white tape wrapped around the handle and a blue barrel indicating a powerful light heavyweight. In white lettering, these white letters appeared to have bloodstains. The court learned that the bat had been purchased from Walmart, and it was speculated that it could have been leftover from last year's inventory. It had an initial retail price of $15, but was purchased on sale for $13. The cause of Corey's tragic death was blunt: forced trauma, emphasizing the brutality of the attack. The night before Corey was murdered, Net made an unsettling appearance at Wink's, where Corey worked. After the bar closed, Corey left with Wendy Marshall. Their departure, however, was hampered when they came across Annette Cahill, who was intoxicated and waiting in Corey's car. Annette Cahill joins them on their journey, creating a tense and agitated environment. During the drive to Annette Cahill's house, she abruptly jumped out of the car, resulting in a confrontation with Corey. Corey then dropped off Wendy and then Annette at their respective homes. When Jody left for work the next morning, Corey was still at home, sleeping peacefully in his bed. The courtroom drama continued with a series of testimonies intended to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding Corey's murder. First, Jessica Becker and her mother took the stand. Jessica described a haunting memory from when she was 9 years old, vividly repeating the details she had previously shared with Agent Violetta. Her mother corroborated her story, stating that Jessica had confided in her at the time. However, she chose not to report it out of fear, recognizing the brutality and viciousness of Corey's attack. Scott Payne, a previously unmentioned witness, also testified. He told the court what he had previously told the police. He saw Annette Cahill burn what he thought was blood-stained clothing. The defense made a compelling case, claiming that Annette Cahill had a solid alibi and should not be held responsible for Corey's murder. They emphasized the lack of physical evidence linking Annette Cahill to the crime. The hairs found in Corey's hand were not definitively linked to her, and there were no fingerprints or traces of her blood on the bat. Annette Cahill testified that she saw Corey the night before his murder. She admitted to being jealous when she saw him with another woman, but insisted they had reconciled and even had sexual intercourse. When she attempted to visit Corey's house that morning, she spent the next day working on a roofing job with Jack. She assumed it was empty because she received no response when she knocked on the door to discuss Ed's defense, which revolved around her presence at a construction job site and subsequent shopping trip with Jack on the day of Corey's murder. The prosecution argued that the provided receipts did not cover the time of Corey's murder. Jack testified that she picked up Annette Cahill around 10 a.m. At the job site, they made a brief stop at Corey's house on their way to Iowa City to return a book for Annette Cahill. They claimed there was no one home because no one answered the door, prompting them to travel to Iowa City. Jack produced receipts for their purchases, but only one had a timestamp indicating a purchase at 1:25 p.m. The defense also attempted to discredit Jessica's testimony, claiming that her bias against Annette Cahill was influenced by Annette Cahill's previous sexual relationship with Jessica's stepfather as a child. After hours of deliberation, including a deadlock at one point, the jury reached a unanimous decision. Annette Cahill was found guilty of second-degree murder rather than first-degree murder, as had been the case in the initial trial. This verdict was a significant step forward in the ongoing legal saga surrounding Corey's tragic death, but it did not completely resolve the case's mysteries and complexities. Annette Cahill's legal journey continued as she explored various options for challenging her conviction and obtaining her release. One of the key post-trial motions she filed was a request to compel discovery regarding the hairs discovered in Corey's hands. She inquired about the testing of these hairs and requested that the court order an explanation from the state if the evidence had been lost or destroyed. She also requested a new trial based on a Brady violation, withholding exculpatory evidence, and argued that the jurors' failure to receive a spoliation instruction regarding the destroyed evidence was unfair. However, her motion was denied, and she was eventually sentenced to 50 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First and foremost, she was very intelligent and bright. Since high school, she has been a role model for other students who are active in school, excel at tests, and pass exams. At the same time, she never appeared to be a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons and writing down something from extra reading. No, her appearance was considered model-like, and if her grades had been subpar, she could have pursued a modeling career. She could have, but she did not. After high school, she attended teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher. Her parents' insane pride lasted only for the first few years of university. It is unknown what triggered her decision, but one day Kelly took her documents from the institution and called her parents, telling them that she no longer wanted to study and that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will undoubtedly return to her educational pursuits. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live her life to the fullest. Her parents were so upset that they did not communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But if it hadn't been for this desperate act, Kelly might never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party for mutual friends, and the young man adored the girl. First, he began courting Kelly and showing signs of interest within minutes of meeting her. Second, Tom had a stunning appearance and athletic build, thanks to his status as a hockey star. He played for the semi-professional team Jackals for 4 seasons in a row, and he was regarded as a strong man, a player capable of breaking the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, particularly one built on strength and aggression, will eventually fail, and Tom was forced to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or the couch. Watching his favorite team on television, the couple had to move on with their lives, first returning to New York to marry, then to North Carolina, and finally to the tiny town of Cato, which has a population of only a few thousand people. Tom franchised a company that rebuilt houses after fires or disasters, while also working in a related field for a French company. Kelly, after dropping out of university, worked as a waitress, only changing jobs, and now has 2 children. However, Tom was earning enough money, and Kelly could leave her job at any time to care for her lovely daughters. But she was still convinced that extra money would never be unnecessary. Furthermore, she could use it to buy toys for her children and spoil them in every way. On September 28, 2015, Tom went to play poker with his friends the Millers, as he always did. He never accompanied his wife to such events. Playing for money required specific skills and experience in the game. Furthermore, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into raucous buffoonery, removing any enjoyment from gambling that evening. Tom was unlucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, instead attempting to win back and offering anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning. But no one supported him, so he went home. At home, however, a dreadful picture appeared before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten, and appeared to be dead. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, who were thankfully unharmed but very scared. He grabbed his daughters and went to his neighbor Derek's house, trying not to let them see their mother's mutilated body, and he dialed the police number right away. The officer who arrived on the scene discovered Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, attempting to give her artificial respiration. Only the MTs were able to extract the man, who revealed the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for some time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were soaked in blood. There was a huge mess in the bedroom. Despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time, Kelly and the perpetrator who committed the atrocity appeared to have fought. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, as evidenced by the knockdown banister, and then beaten on the head with a blunt object until she was dead. There was no evidence of knife or gunshot wounds. The police officer who filmed the crime scene noted that Tom appeared stunned and disoriented. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered for a split second, and immediately exited, and he was unable to direct the police officer to the children's room or the emergency exit from the house. When asked where Tom was at the time of the murder, he calmly replied that he had spent the evening at a friend's house playing poker. The policeman then went to the neighbors to ask the children some questions, as he had not received any clear information from Tom. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, described the perpetrator as a robber. According to the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep when they heard their mother screaming loudly from the next room, "Charlie, run. Run away from here." And then the entire place shook like an earthquake. After listening to their mother, the girls cautiously exited their room, only to see the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to be a hammer. The girls dashed back into the nursery, closing the door with a small nightstand and hiding beneath the bed. It was a good thing the criminal wasn't looking for them because, as the police officer pointed out, that nightstand was so small that it couldn't have caught a burglar. So what did this burglar look like? He was a huge one, like a bear. That's big. Wow, what did he wear? Blue denim and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, similar to the one Daddy wears when he hunts ducks with Mr. Bourne. So your father wears a mask like that too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I'm not sure. What else did you notice when you spotted the robber? He had eyes like my father's, and I can't remember anything else. I saw him briefly. We got scared and ran back inside. Police officers who investigated the house were unable to confirm the girl's claim that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back doors, but the garage gate was open, allowing the perpetrator to enter the house through it. Another thing the police discovered was that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched in a jewelry box, and Tom's safe, which held the cash, was not even opened. All of the cabinet doors in the house were closed. Usually burglars check every cabinet and shelf. But here, the entire mess was the result of a fight. Experienced officers, it appears, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and he murdered his beloved wife and the mother of his children in order to continue receiving insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured, and husbands' murderers always make sure their wives' lives are protected, he could receive up to $1 million in the event she died. All that is required is to gather evidence, and the case will be resolved. Especially since her own daughter said the robber's mask and eyes resembled her father's. However, when the police discovered Tom's whereabouts that night, they did not find the hunting mask in the house. The police questioned the other poker players. "Is Tom the murderer? Do you truly suspect him?" One of his friends inquired. That poor man had his wife murdered, for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to blame everything on him? How could you have thought of something like that? No, Tom could not have done it. Another less emotional friend responded. I've known him a long time. He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he adored Kelly and his children. That simply cannot happen. Plus, he stayed with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was exhausted, he insisted on continuing to play. During a game break, Tom's friend Laura mentioned that he was very suspicious that evening. He led me into the next room and asked me to give him my phone so he could call his wife. He claimed he forgot his phone in the car and did not want to go get it. I was surprised to find the car 10 meters from the house. Go get the phone, but still give him a call. He took a step back and made the call from outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I checked the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history, implying he simply deleted the call. Would you agree? That is odd. I told my husband about it, and he was just as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the table next to Tom when he noticed that Tom was not paying attention to the process of dealing cards or the people around him, which is critical in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He was carrying his phone. Why did he trick me? So where was he calling? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Following Laura's testimony, the police questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and she repeated what she had previously told the officer. The robber resembled her father. The murder victim's niece provided the next testimony. Already after Tom was imprisoned, I did not tell Aunt Kelly. I didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She genuinely loved him. Besides, she has 2 children with him. They're my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not who he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally showered my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, something other fathers rarely do, but that was only at home and work. He was an entirely different person. Aunt Kelly decided to help me one day by arranging for Tom to drive me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she knew me better than anyone and wanted the best for me. Last summer, I worked for Tom on correspondence, registration, and document management. I didn't know him very well prior to that, so our relationship was strictly professional at first. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was only me and him, and for some reason, He began telling me that his family was fictitious. He adores his daughters, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had feelings for her in a long time. Throughout their marriage, he has had a few extramarital affairs and has considered leaving Aunt Kelly. But he didn't, because he was afraid of losing his home and money as a result of the divorce. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female poker players confirmed Kelly's niece's claim that Tom was not a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 other women who were playing poker that night. In addition to information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece mentioned another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing a good job repairing houses after the fires. But there was one time when Bird worked in those houses and kept missing things, and Tom didn't believe his customers the first few times, referring to the possibility that the owners would lose something during the fire. Then, when the theft accusations were repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, it was clear that Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. In addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael allowed himself to arrive at work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's theft was discovered. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out onto the street. He was upset by his subordinate's behavior. He kept asking him, "How could you, or haven't you considered your family? Where are you planning to work now?" Following the incident, Tom fired Bird but continued to call companies he knew and offered to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all other options were exhausted, Tom hired Bird to help with the household chores, such as cutting the grass, watering the plants, and performing minor repairs around the house. The detective then summoned Michael Beard for questioning. He claimed he only stole because he and his family needed money. Tom was very nice to me and defended me until the end, but I knew it was my fault. He has an excellent wife. She fed me while I worked for them, even though she shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes her daughters had outgrown. I am extremely grateful for everything they have done for me. I feel so sorry for Kelly. When I found out about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I really felt bad. I even went to church and prayed that she would go to the best of all worlds. The police did not find anything unusual in Michael's story and released him, but the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made them doubt his words. According to his wife, Holly, Tom promised Michael $10,000 for unspecified work. That was interesting. Michael was summoned back to the station and had a lie detector attached to him. All of the questions failed. Bird lied and thus failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he started testifying. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael sneaked into his house on the day Tom was supposed to play poker, killed his wife, and set fire to it. The plan was to strangle Kelly before making it appear that she died in an accidental fire. Furthermore, the family home was insured for a significant sum of money. The police confirmed that it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest level. 2 cans of gasoline awaited Michael in the garage, through which he would enter the house. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house while everyone was already asleep. He began quietly climbing the stairs to the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping, but the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door, and when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she screamed in terror. Michael was just as terrified and pounced on Kelly, attempting to wrap his massive hands around her neck. But it wasn't so simple. Kelly started to fight back. Michael is surprised that Kelly, who appears to be fragile, has such strength. A fierce fight broke out, spilling over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, in shock and panic, was unable to concentrate on the fight, and instead waved his arms in all directions or grabbed Kelly's clothes, while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the cops had arrived earlier, they would have noticed the bruises from the beatings on Bird. But everything ended up as it did. After a long struggle, Michael smashed Kelly's head into the wall with all his might. She fell and struggled to get back up for a while. Michael took out a hammer and started hitting the young woman's head with it until she stopped moving. Michael, enraged by what had happened, simply ran out of the house, forgetting that Tom had asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to conceal the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blanford, who served only as a driver the day before the incident. Michael called me. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time and spent a few weeks with him last year, so I was familiar with him. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so I wasn't surprised when he called and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's home. I wanted to decline, but he offered me $500. At first, I hesitated, but he persuaded me to go ahead. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman and needed assistance getting out of there before the cops arrived. He offered to help with the car. I gave in to his requests, but only on the condition that I park far away from the house. He agreed. That evening, I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he returned quickly enough, breathing heavily, and instructing me to move as quickly as possible. He wasn't carrying a bag or sack, so it didn't look like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way because I didn't want to learn anything. I just wanted my $500, which I didn't receive. On my way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a few blocks south of here. I paused there, and he quickly stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. If you need to see the place, I'll show you. Police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's request discovered pieces of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Michael, who was already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was hired by Tom for $10,000 to commit arson at the house and nothing else. There was no question of murder when he entered the house, but Kelly had already died. And who killed her? The detective inquired. I believe it was Tom. He initially offered me money for murder and arson, but I declined. I am not willing to kill a man for money, he stated. I had nothing to fear, but he could never persuade me. You may not believe me, but I nearly passed out when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right away that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. Michael insisted, he's the killer. Michael spent a long time assuring the police of his innocence, all because he was unaware that Mark had shown the location where Beard had thrown out his belongings, and that his clothes, as well as the murder weapon, had already been examined by experts who discovered Kelly Clayton's blood on both his clothes and the hammer, and that was the most direct proof that he, not someone else, had killed Kelly. In turn, Tom refused to admit that he ordered the murder of his wife from a former problem employee at his company. According to him, Michael knew he had money. He knew he wasn't poor, and he decided to rob Beard's house because he had lost his job and was resentful of the dismissal. But Kelly was at home that night, and he paid with his life. It would have been more difficult to prove Tom's guilt in conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the cops that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls, and her expectations were met. Then, on the night of September 28, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go on trial. He continued to claim that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance money. He did not kill Kelly, and the blood on his clothes was simply from touching a dead and mutilated body. That is why he became dirty. He had thrown away his belongings so that no one would suspect he had been at Clayton's house that night. His speech seemed convincing. The jury had deliberated for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty of all charges. He faced life in prison. Tom's lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of them specifically discussed their devious plan. The prosecutor. Questions. Requests for billing transcripts of his movements produced no concrete results either. All evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one detail, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, arriving at the office in his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot, where it was moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there, before being taken back the day after the tragedy. In fact, he gave Michael the car in which he and Mark drove to the crime. The jury testified to this fact during the trial. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury ultimately determined that Tom had hired Michael to commit this heinous crime. Michael, in turn, made an appeal. In his defense, he quoted little Charlie, who stated that the eyes and slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court denied the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one discovered beneath the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard were given life sentences. Mark was charged with manslaughter and received 4 years in prison. Kim, Kelly's sister, received custody of Tom and Kelly's children. Charlie has finally moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mother, but she refuses to talk about her father, whom she will never see again. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark, or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UDA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12 or 5 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning Buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder, claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive-through to buy a chicken quesadilla. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wielerkowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining two homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Igor testified about the blood stain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Leslie London Newlander, a 61-year-old Fayetteville resident and longtime Syracuse, New York resident, appeared to live a happy life with her husband, Dr. Robert Newlander, a highly respected gynecologist, and their children. She actively contributed to the community by volunteering for local charities and assisting those in need. However, on the morning of September 17, 2012, Leslie found herself in a difficult situation. Her daughter, Jenna Newlander, 23, called 911 right away, reporting that her mother had fallen in the shower and needed immediate medical attention. Jenna described her father's plea for help, stating that he discovered Leslie bleeding on the bathroom floor. Paramedics arrived quickly at the couple's spacious home, where they discovered blood in several areas of the master bedroom, including pulling on the rug and spattering on the wall near the bed. Surprisingly, Leslie was discovered approximately 60 feet away from the reported fall site, as Robert had carried her there to administer CPR despite Janice's objections. Despite these efforts, it was too late, and Leslie was declared dead on the scene. When the cops arrived, Leslie was found on the bedroom floor rather than in the bathroom. Dr. Robert Newlander, her husband, told the police that he had moved her from the bathroom to the bedroom to perform CPR. Despite the paramedics' efforts, Leslie suffered a severe and fatal head injury, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. During the police interview, Robert described finding Leslie on the bathroom floor and then moving her to the bedroom for CPR. Blood was discovered in several locations throughout the bedroom, including the rug and the wall next to the bed. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of blunt force head injuries sustained during a fall from standing height. It was believed that she slipped in the shower and hit her head on the stone shower bench. The incident was ruled an accident, and the investigation was closed. Leslie's death stunned not only her family, but the entire community. The Newlanders, a well-known family in the area, were greatly admired. Robert, a gynecologist and obstetrician in Syracuse, had earned the trust of many residents who used his services. He and Leslie spent 28 years together raising 4 children, Emily and Brian, from Robert's previous marriage, were joined by Robert and Leslie's children, Ari and Jenna. The Syracuse community was well aware of Newlander's extensive philanthropy, as they generously donated their time and resources to a variety of charities. Leslie's untimely death was a tragedy for those who knew her. After Leslie died, Robert sold the house and moved into a new one. Despite the fact that the case was closed and Robert had relocated, people in the community began to talk. Rumors circulated that there was a lot of blood in the house and that Leslie's injuries were far worse than those expected from a slip and fall in the shower. Was Leslie's death truly a result of an accident? Other rumors circulated as well. There were whispers that the Newlander marriage was not as stable as it appeared, with one person even claiming that Leslie had planned to lease a new apartment on the day she died. The police also received an anonymous letter containing the following information. There are doubts that he is the good guy everyone believes he is. Leslie was trying to get away from this guy, Dr. Gamlick, the county's former chief medical examiner, until she retired in 2009. Had a close friendship with the Newlanders. However, some mutual acquaintances approached her and questioned whether she thought Leslie's death was truly accidental. Dr. Jumbleleek became concerned when she read the medical report. Realizing the full extent of Leslie's injuries, Leslie had sustained a deep, penetrating wound to the back of her head, which had resulted in blood accumulation in her eye. This type of injury is commonly linked to incidents such as car accidents or heavy object beatings. Dr. John Belux informed the police that, in her professional opinion, Leslie's death was a homicide caused by blunt head trauma sustained during an assault. Following Dr. John Belux's assessment and the anonymous letter, the police reopened the case. Subsequent investigations confirmed the marital problems, with Leslie and Robert sleeping in different bedrooms at the time of her death. Furthermore, it was revealed that Robert's once thriving medical practice was facing financial difficulties and no longer achieving the same level of success. Despite Robert's sale of the house following Leslie's death, the police returned to the scene, this time looking for evidence of homicide rather than a simple slip and fall. The second search revealed previously overlooked details such as blood at the back of the bed's headboard and blood spattering on the blinds behind it. The police then approached Robert and asked him to answer a few questions, to which he agreed. When asked about the rumors circulating about marital problems, Robert acknowledged the issues but insisted that there was no animosity and that they still had a good relationship. He mentioned this the night before Leslie died. They had even gone out to dinner with their children, Ari and Jenna, recounting in detail the morning of Leslie's death. Robert described his daily routine as a jog at Green Lakes followed by a coffee stop for Leslie. Robert stated that when he returned, Leslie was already in the shower. An hour later, at 8:25 a.m., he opened the bathroom door to check on her and found her on the floor. In response, he called Jenna and told her to call 911. Despite Jenna's request during the emergency call not to move Leslie, citing the risk of a broken neck, Robert adjusted Leslie's position, making it difficult to perform CPR in the bathroom. In response to police inquiries, Robert was arrested after reevaluating the evidence, focusing on the blood traces in the house and the gravity of Leslie's injuries. He was then charged with murder, and Robert pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's narrative revolved around the claim that Robert murdered Leslie hours before dialing 911, and this is before his morning jog. They claimed that he assaulted Leslie in the bedroom with an unknown weapon, before moving her to the bathroom and striking her head against the shower bench to give the appearance of a slip and fall. The prosecution claimed that Robert called Jenna at that time to make it appear as if he had just discovered Leslie in the bathroom. Choosing to carry her back to the bedroom despite Janice's objections was a deliberate attempt to explain the blood trail from the bedroom to the restroom. During the trial, the Newlander housekeeper testified that she noticed unfamiliar sheets on the bed, leading the prosecution to believe that Robert disposed of the bloody sheets and possibly the murder weapon during his morning jog. The prosecution's key evidence focused on blood spatter discovered in the house. The spatter was discovered on the headboard nightstand, the blinds behind the bed, and the south wall, which is approximately 7 feet south of the bed. The prosecution emphasized the spatter on the south wall, claiming it was impact spatter from Leslie's blood, indicating a forceful blow if she'd been struck with an object. Expert testimony was required to explain the impact spatter to the jury. The court heard testimony regarding Leslie's injuries. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of a complex and convoluted skull fracture, most likely caused by multiple blows. Notably, bruises were found on her fingers, arms, and nose, as well as abrasions on both sides of her face. I initially thought it was an accident caused by a slip in the shower. Following the discovery of additional evidence, the medical examiner revised his opinion and concluded that it was a homicide. Leslie received at least 2 blows to her skull, with one wound inconsistent with her head striking a straight edge, such as a stone shower bench. The prosecution claimed that the first blow to Leslie's head was caused by an unidentified object. Leslie had injuries to her face and upper body, but none below her waist. The court learned that if she had slipped and fallen, she would have likely suffered lower body bruising. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Robert, emphasizing Leslie's final moments as a desperate struggle for her life before succumbing to a fatal beating and being abandoned in her own shower. The defense press isn't the argument that Leslie's death was accidental, emphasizing her struggle with vertigo or a dizziness, causing disorder. Leslie's personal trainer testified that her vertigo had recently worsened, a condition that her sister Joanne London Leslie also admitted to having. The defense responded to the prosecution's argument that the blood spatter indicates that Leslie was attacked in the bedroom. It was their contention that if there was a lot of blood spatter, the paramedics could have caused it by removing their gloves. The first responders' hands were probably covered in blood, and the gloves had simply peeled off, and in doing so, blood flies from the gloves, leaving you with a cast off rather than an impact. Furthermore, the defense suggested that Robert, while performing CPR, may have contributed to the blood spatter by removing his blood-stained shirt. They argued that the investigation's lack of professionalism made it difficult to accurately interpret the speech. The court was informed that there were insufficient close-up images of the blood, and that some of the blood found behind the headboard and blinds was collected months after Leslie died. Even after Robert had left the premises, Dr. Daniel Spitz, a medical examiner testifying for the defense, maintained that Leslie's head wound was the result of a fall in the shower where she struck her head on the stone bench. Robert did not testify, but his daughter Jenna did. She described her 911 call and the events of that fateful morning, revealing that she had stayed with her mother until 2 a.m. Jenna refuted the housekeeper's claim about the sheets, insisting that they had remained unchanged since the police arrived. Jenna testified to seeing her father remove a blood-stained shirt during CPR in the bedroom. Although the shirt was never found, she firmly believed that her mother's death was an accident, given her presence in the house at the time. After a 3-day deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. The defense asked the court to sentence him to the minimum term. Leslie's sister, Joanne London Leslie, represented the family during the sentencing hearing. None of us had the slightest suspicion of any wrongdoing. We wouldn't be here today on Bob's behalf. Robert also spoke in court. My head is unbound by this court's decision because an innocent man was wrongfully convicted. I would not and did not take someone's life. I adore my wife, Leslie, and I mourn her every day, forever. Robert was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Jenna shouted after him, "Daddy, I love you." You're innocent. The case took an unexpected turn following the verdict. When an alternate juror approached Robert's lawyer with concerns about potential juror bias, it was revealed that juror number 12, Jonna Lorraine, had exchanged approximately 7,000 text messages with family and friends during the trial before voting to convict Robert of murder. Several hundred of these messages contained questions about the case, a clear violation of the rules prohibiting jurors from discussing the trial. Robert's defense team, armed with this new information, filed an appeal against his conviction. The court discovered that Hannah Lorraine had received and sent numerous texts about the case, including one from her father instructing her to ensure his guilt. Another text inquired whether she had seen the scary man. Furthermore, it was discovered that she accessed media websites covering the trial, raising concerns about external influences on her decision-making as a juror. The text exchanges raised concerns about juror bias. Robert's conviction was reversed, and a new trial was ordered. After 3 years in prison, he was released on bail while awaiting a new trial. However, the new trial scheduling was repeatedly delayed by the Germans, which was attributed in part to the challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. The prosecution suffered an early setback in the new trial when one of their key witnesses, the medical examiner, died. This is a significant loss, especially given the importance placed on Dr. Lisma's testimony during the first trial. The fact that the jury in the initial trial requested Dr. Lisma's testimony to be read back to them during deliberations indicates the importance of the attribute that led to the testimony in determining Robert's guilt. Dr. Robert's second murder trial in early 2022 revealed significant differences from the first trial. Additional incriminating evidence was presented against him, and Jenna Newlander did not testify. During a re-examination in 2021, forensic analysis revealed mummified fat tissue from Leslie's head on the headboard of the couple's bed, supporting the story of Dr. Roberts' alleged assault on her. Despite Jenna's 911 call being played in court, as it was during the first trial, the defense chose not to call her as a witness to testify in her father's favor this time. The legal proceedings ultimately resulted in the same outcome as the initial trial. Dr. Robert was convicted on March 17, 2022. On May 2, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison, with credit for prior time served. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, Doomsday Spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatic's traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. This story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio, and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Ty Lee, but this marriage too ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her third husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had two teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply J.J. Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. J.J. had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of four. Lori, Charles Ty Lee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows' house to discuss God's Judgment Day and the Second Coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallow's tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallow's marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee, never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Ty Lee and her younger brother, JJ, were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Ty Lee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Ty Lee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintained their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallow was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. Take some rest. Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed, even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself. She was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten, because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. We anticipate a fun adventure. Leslie had no idea what terrible things awaited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours. Of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning. At 06:05 am, neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 07:25 am, Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Josie hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Josie were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept. 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI, because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately." Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Every person in this world wishes to find his or her true love, with whom he hopes to live until the end of his life. Unfortunately, not every love story ends happily. Karen and Gordon Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson, was born in Westbury. After graduating from high school, she studied nursing at Binghamton University Medical Center. Haley worked part-time at a coffee shop for the first 3 years of her studies before securing a position in the emergency department of a Long Island hospital. Haley has always wanted to work in a hospital to help people who are described as strong, independent, kind, and always smiling. Haley had a large number of friends. She was a fan of the hippie subculture, believing that youth should be spent engaging in entertainment and developing open relationships. Haley and her roommates spent the late hours of Thursday, March 8, 2018, playing board games and drinking. The gathering ended just before 4 a.m. Then, they all went to bed. When Haley's roommate, Josie Arden, woke up a few hours later, she wasn't surprised that Haley wasn't in bed, given their independent college lifestyles. However, as the day progressed and Haley failed to show up for a planned meeting with Josie and other friends at a bar, concerns grew. Notably, Haley had not posted anything on social media all day, and calls and messages to her cell phone had gone unanswered. Worried, Josie and another roommate used the Find My Friends app to locate Haley's iPhone, which led them to a home on Oak Street. This was the home of Orlando Tercero, another nursing student who had a brief on and off relationship with Haley that lasted just over a year. Orlando, a Miami native with Nicaraguan roots, was known for his academic diligence during the week and for partying with Sean on weekends. Josie, along with her roommate, Michaela Tobley, went to Oak Street to find out where Haley was. Earlier that day, the police were called to Orlando's home on Oak Street after his sister requested a welfare check in response to a distressing text message she received from him. When the police arrived, there was no response and the house appeared to be unoccupied. So they left, discovering nothing amiss. When Josie and Michaela arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response and the house appeared deserted. Despite this, they chose to remain motivated by their concern for Haley's well-being. When they noticed Orlando's car was missing, they checked their tracking app, which showed Haley's phone was still inside. Josie helped Michaela enter through an open window to find Haley in Orlando's bedroom, partially covered by bedclothes. Although they couldn't be certain, her power made them suspect she was dead. They quickly dialed 911, and both police and emergency personnel arrived, confirming Haley's tragic death. The cause was determined to be strangulation, and Orlando was not found. Haley and Orlando had an on and off relationship, with Haley eventually choosing to end it. While she wished to maintain a friendship, Orlando desired a more serious relationship. Over the course of about a year, Orlando sought a serious relationship, which Haley did not reciprocate, preferring not to be tied down during her college years. The investigation revealed a troubling incident. 6 months before Haley's tragic discovery, Orlando was seen shouting at Haley during a party on September 15, 2017, after learning she had reconciled with her ex-boyfriend Kevin Ocampo. Unhappy with this development, Orlando insisted on an exclusive relationship, which Haley declined, stating her desire to remain friends. Kevin slept over at Haley's apartment the next morning. When he left, he discovered that Haley's car tires had been slashed. When Haley reported the incident to the police, Orlando denied any involvement. Given that the damages exceeded $600, felony charges may be pursued to keep Orlando from suffering severe consequences. Haley chose not to press charges on the condition that he pay for the damaged tires. Haley's friends told the police that Orlando was obsessed with her, paying another visit to Eldred, driving by her apartment, and appearing to keep a constant eye on her. Despite this, Haley maintained contact with him because she didn't want him to feel excluded, and she still liked him. As the investigation delved into the events surrounding Haley's board game night with friends, the focus shifted to how she ended up at Orlando's house. Surveillance cameras near and outside Orlando's home were critical. According to the footage, Haley and Orlando entered his house together, with Haley appearing fine and willing. Hours later, Orlando was seen leaving the house alone, disposing of garbage, and then going to a nearby pharmacy to buy sleeping pills like Quil and melatonin before returning home. Following footage showed Orlando leaving again. 7 hours later, I was descending into the house's basement. Police suspected that at this point, Orlando attempted to commit suicide with hooks and a rope, resulting in injuries. The presence of blood on the basement floor supported this theory. They discovered what they thought was a suicide note written in Spanish with the English translation read, "I am deeply sorry about this. I never believed I was capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Orlando's father died 5 years ago. They believed the note was more than just a suicide note. However, a confession from surveillance footage showed Orlando leaving the house later with a suitcase, and authorities tracked his movements to GK International Airport. He was discovered to have boarded a flight to Nicaragua using his dual citizenship, while his mother remained in the country. Despite his dual citizenship, US authorities charged Orlando with second-degree murder in the hopes of starting extradition proceedings. Extradition, on the other hand, was not mandatory in Nicaragua due to his citizenship. Nonetheless, Nicaragua launched a massive search for Orlando and found him in a hospital in the city of Leon. Only 5 days after Haley's death, he was seeking medical attention for injuries sustained during his suicide attempt. The extradition process was a year-long exchange between us and Nicaraguan authorities. Eventually, Nicaraguan authorities concluded that they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge Orlando and proceed with the trial. Contrary to us expectations, the trial would take place in Nicaragua, with charges that differed from those in the United States. Orlando was charged with femicide, a hate crime in Nicaragua that involves the murder of a woman because of her gender and previous relationship with the perpetrator. The differences were also evident in the courtroom proceedings. In Nicaragua, there was no jury. Instead, a judge heard arguments from both the prosecution and the defense before rendering a decision. Also, Orlando was not required to enter a plea. According to the prosecution's case, Haley willingly entered Orlando's home, and he strangled her to death shortly after, possibly while she was sleeping. The prosecution argued that Orlando's obsession with Haley had reached a dangerous level, and that if he couldn't have her, no one else should. They hypothesized that Orlando strangled Haley out of jealousy over her rejection of a serious relationship. This alleged rage had apparently been building up for 6 months, beginning at a party where Orlando discovered Haley had reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Witnesses from the United States testified via teleconference, recounting Orlando's obsessive behavior toward Haley, which included driving by and calling her apartment, as well as details about the slashed tires incident. The judge viewed surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, which showed him entering with Haley and leaving alone. The court also heard about Orlando's attempted suicide and the note he left for his family, which added context to Haley's tragic death. Dr. James Terzi, the pathologist who performed Haley's autopsy, testified that her death was caused by asphyxiation from neck compression. The court learned that Haley was asphyxiated by manual neck compression, with an element of ligature strangulation visible due to the involvement of the necklace she was wearing. According to the prosecution, Haley was killed because she refused to be in a relationship with Orlando. He strongly disagreed with the defense press's conclusion that Orlando had no recollection of what happened that night. They claimed that Orlando was temporarily insane at the time Haley died as a result of his alcohol consumption. The defense only called one witness, psychiatrist Dr. Ronald Lopez Aguilar, to testify about Orlando's mental health. Dr. Lopez Aguilar informed the court that Orlando claimed to have no recollection of the murder. Orlando claimed that he drank heavily that night and awoke to find Haley dead, with no knowledge of what had happened. The psychiatrist also told the court that it was impossible to know Orlando's state of mind at the time of the murder. However, in terms of his current mental state, Dr. Lopez Aguilar claimed that there were no discernible issues. The defense contended that Orlando, who is not known for violence, may have been provoked, complicating our understanding of the events leading up to Haley's tragic death. After a 90-minute deliberation, Judge Fabiola Betancourt issued a verdict, finding Orlando guilty. She stated that Orlando's actions stemmed from his refusal to recognize Haley's autonomy in making relationship decisions. Judge Betancourt determined that Orlando killed Haley as a form of punishment for rejecting him. She sentenced Orlando to 30 years in prison for femicide, emphasizing all women's fundamental right to life. Broome County District Attorney Steve Cornwell, who has closely followed the case, remarked on the unprecedented collaboration between two governments and law enforcement agencies. Despite initial concerns, us authorities were pleased with the seriousness of the trial, emphasizing that it was not a mere spectacle but a genuine legal proceeding. Orlando chose to appeal his conviction, which was heard by 3 Nicaraguan magistrates. The defense argued that Orlando was drunk and temporarily insane at the time of his murder. They did, however, request a new psychiatric evaluation for the appeal, preferring a forensic psychiatrist with experience in temporary insanity defenses over a court-appointed psychiatrist, as was the case during the trial. During the appeal, the defense argued that Orlando should not have been charged with femicide, claiming that if convicted of second-degree murder in the United States, his sentence would have been shorter than the 30 years he received for femicide. They asked for a review of the sentence on this basis. However, the magistrates denied Orlando's request for a new psychiatrist and declined to reduce his sentence. He was ordered to remain in prison, serving the 30-year sentence imposed during the trial. Law enforcement officials in the United States have stated unequivocally that if Orlando is ever released and returns to the country, he will be arrested for second-degree murder. Karen and Gordon Anderson, Haley's parents, thanked the court for its decision. Karen admitted that she had not seen any remorse from Orlando, only regret for not being able to reduce his sentence. She stated that, while she felt 30 years was insufficient, she appreciated the court's efforts to convict him to the fullest extent of the law. Gordon said he believed justice had been served and thanked the Nicaraguan court system. He stressed the importance of remembering Haley as a caring individual. She was a vibrant individual. She was a vibrant individual with a zest for life who was dedicated to spreading happiness and love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Marlene Oaks case. Who owns the skull discovered in the woods? A crime is considered perfect when its primary goal is met and the perpetrator is not punished or even suspected. However, with the advancement of technology and scientific approaches, it is becoming increasingly difficult to commit such an act. Furthermore, even old, unsolved cases that appeared perfect in the past are now being successfully resolved decades later. In 1980, an auto mechanic named William Bill Major believed he had committed the perfect crime that could never be solved. Hardly a man could have predicted that more than 2 decades later, he would still have to face trial and receive a well-deserved sentence. And the new investigation was launched by his own daughter, whom he had deprived of a mother in her early childhood. Now let's take a closer look at the entire story, deconstruct this perfect crime and its impending punishment. To be fair, it should be noted that this high-profile and very cruel case of the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oaks, could have been solved back in the 1980s because the victim herself, who had a premonition of her impending death, left many clues for the police that for some reason, law enforcement did not pay attention to. Marlene Oaks. The early years. Helen Marlene Oaks was born on December 7, 1954, in the small town of Martinsville, Virginia, and was the middle of 3 children for Lorraine and William Oaks. She was raised alongside an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived modestly, but the parents always tried to provide for their children and raise them to be worthy people. Today's childhood heroine preferred to go by her middle name, Marlene, which she preferred over Helen. She was petite and adorable, blonde with brown eyes and a charming smile, so it was no surprise that she drew a lot of attention from an early age. At the age of 16, barely out of school, the girl, eager to begin an independent life and escape parental care, hurriedly entered into the bonds of marriage. Her chosen one was a man named William Major, who was 10 years her senior, but the two were in love. The chosen one, who worked as an auto mechanic and appeared to the girl to be a serious and reliable man, was unconcerned about their age difference. Unhappy family life. Soon after officially legalizing their relationship, the couple moved into a trailer park on the outskirts of Verona, a small country town in Boone County, Kentucky. In 1972, the couple had their first common heir, a son whom they named Donald. Marlene was only 17 at the time, and her husband was already 27. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a younger daughter, Lalana. The couple continued to live in a small trailer on the ground of the trailer park. Marlene was a homemaker who raised their children and kept their modest home comfortable, while Bill worked at a service station fixing cars. He was skilled at his craft and, in a sense, a jack of all trades. He had every opportunity to build a successful career and start his own business. However, the man was not particularly concerned with money, spouses, or even the necessities of life, but rather with being the head of the family. He always managed to earn a little more. As a rule, I spent it all on drinks. Later, his addictions were accompanied by the use of illegal substances. At the same time, Bill was a sociable person who appeared friendly and welcoming to others. All of these qualities were extremely beneficial to him at work. People who sought assistance from his workshop frequently returned, and they also recommended Mages to their friends as a reliable specialist. However, at home, Bill became a completely different person. Rude, selfish, and cruel. Former feelings that had once linked their lives to Marlene appeared to have vanished, leaving only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple frequently argued, and their heated debates occasionally turned violent. Bill was not a caring husband or father, and he gradually became a domestic tyrant, a new neighbor, and a secret lover. In 1978, Glenn St. Hilaire, a young Canadian, was passing through Verona when his truck broke down. On the advice of the locals, he went to Bill Major's workshop, where he willingly agreed to repair the vehicle. The stranger was heading from Ohio to Texas. He knew no one in the area, and the only hotel in the suburbs was closed, so he had no idea where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about his situation, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in a trailer park, as well as an invitation to dinner. The guest was enchanted by Marlene's beauty, kindness, and friendliness. The young woman prepared a delicious meal willingly and with interest. The conversation seemed very pleasant and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn returned to Verona to thank Bill for his assistance, and after another month, he decided to stay for a while. The man moved to the same suburban trailer park and began working in Bill's shop, eventually becoming his subordinate. In addition, the new neighbor became interested in Marlene and sought out every opportunity to meet with her. The situation in the family major has long been volatile. The spouses only quarreled, shouted at each other, exchanged insults, and occasionally fought for Marlene. Communication with the friendly and courteous Glenn became a real outlet. They grew close and eventually became lovers. The couple spent their entire free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. However, in a quiet suburb where everyone knows each other, rumors spread quickly. Bill soon became aware of the rumors, but the cheating husband did not appear to be upset. Furthermore, he strangely encouraged their relationship while appearing to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was quickly discovered, and it proved to be truly monstrous. Major, it turned out, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and he soon began to experience his secret fantasies. The ugly truth and the start of the divorce process. Marlene soon noticed some strange and unusual behavior in 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn and nervous, slept poorly, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have a candid conversation with him, the child told her about the horrible things his father did to him and begged her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's confessions and realized that it was impossible to continue living this way. She had long intended to divorce Bill, obtain sole custody of the children, and relocate with Glenn and the children to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also suggested that she do this, giving her a legitimate reason to expedite the divorce and move. Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into manhandling, with Bill repeatedly hitting his wife in the face. From that point forward, spouses were literally at war. Marlene began the divorce process but separated from her husband. She couldn't yet, because she wanted to legally gain sole custody of the children. Her husband beat her nearly every day, insulted her, and threatened to kill her, and threatened to kill her. He promised to kill her, that he would ensure that the body was never discovered, and that he would stay with the children. The unhappy young woman simply didn't know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she recorded everything Bill said to her, including his threat to kill her and cover his tracks. Furthermore, while intoxicated with alcohol, Bill described in detail how he would kill his wife, dismember her, and hide the remains in various locations. The most important role he played in concealing the crime was to remove all of the teeth so that the body could not be identified by dental records. It is worth noting that all of these terrible things, both major and minor, describe not only his wife, but also some of his friends who did not take him seriously. Meanwhile, the situation worsened, and the trailer park neighbors became daily witnesses to the tumultuous marital conflict. Marlene flees, leaving behind no children or lover. Everyone was aware that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to relocate to another state with Glenn and their children. Nobody judged Marlene. Everyone was aware of the difficult and unhealthy situation in her family. However, relatives and neighbors expected everything to be resolved in a peaceful and civilized manner. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses were once again outraged, but things quickly calmed down. Towards nightfall, an agitated and angry Bill led the children to one of the nearby trailers and knocked. He explained that his wife had fled with her lover, leaving his son and daughter behind, and asked him to watch the children until tomorrow while he searched for Marlene and brought her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night, and they assumed the young woman had fled with Glenn, but they couldn't understand how a loving and caring mother could abandon her adored children. What was everyone's reaction when Glenn walked out of his trailer in the morning? And when asked about the escape, he simply stared at those around him, incomprehensibly. He had not seen his beloved since yesterday and was unaware that she had disappeared somewhere. Then Glenn went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the enraged husband only yelled that his wife had found another lover and lost her mind. Glenn, on the other hand, did not believe his words because he knew for certain that no other man was at Marlene's side and she would never abandon the children. A day later, Major went to the police, where he reported his wife's disappearance and gave his version of events. He also stated that their family car had vanished, lending credence to the runaway theory. However, the police found the entire story strange. They got the impression that Bill was making it up as he went along, occasionally contradicting himself and confusing himself with simple clarifying questions. Look for the missing woman. Interrogation of witnesses. The police decided to begin their investigation into this case by surveying the couple's neighbors and relatives, as well as researching the circumstances surrounding the young woman's disappearance. All agreed on the difficult relationship between the spouses, but claimed that Marlene would never have abandoned Donald and Lelena because she loved them more than life. There were also those who heard Bill's creepy stories about murdering his wife and disposing of her body. This resulted in the man's arrest and interrogation, but he claimed it was just drunken chatter and that he had no intention of harming his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the house turned up the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash, driver's license, and all of her personal belongings. It appeared that she had just gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents. But where are you going? Marlene's relatives were unable to respond to this question, but her sister mentioned during their last disturbing phone conversation that Oaks was afraid for her life and kept a diary in which she recorded everything that happened to her. The detectives were eager to learn more about the diary, but when they searched the trailer, they discovered nothing similar. A few days later, Glenn arrived at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left him notes to keep in case something happened to her or she vanished without a trace. When the woman went missing, he waited a few days before taking the notebook to the station, realizing she was unlikely to return. The pages contained some truly horrific entries, such as beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed account of how Bill promised to kill his wife. Marlene also mentioned the husband's unhealthy interest in children. In this regard, it was decided to speak with Marlene's son, but he provided no useful information, did not answer any questions, and simply asked to be allowed to go home. For some reason, the detectives ignored the fact that the boy was scared and unable to answer questions truthfully. Donald's father had interviewed him beforehand, and he was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of angering his parents. They chose not to traumatize 4-year-old Lelena and did not question her. For the next few weeks, police officers searched the neighborhood for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were wanted across the state, but both appeared to have vanished. There was no reason to think she was dead or murdered. The investigation has come to a dead end. The move appears to be an escape, despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill, and the man himself was repeatedly summoned for questioning. No reason for his arrest was ever found. No body or conclusive evidence that Marlene had been seriously injured was discovered, and she remained missing. Major began quickly selling off his property, explaining that he was moving closer to his parents because it was difficult for him to manage 2 children following his wife's escape. Among other things, he sold his weapons, which included a rifle, a shotgun, and several pistols. His strange behavior resembled an ordinary escape for the children, rather than a preparation for moving. Bill kept telling them that their mother never loved them and therefore abandoned them. He claimed that Marlene was an alcoholic and that she had numerous lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill worked hard to turn his son and daughter against their own mother, attempting to make them despise the person they loved the most. It should be noted that he did quite well because Donald and Lelena were still young and blindly trusted their father. Soon, Bill and his children relocated to Rhode Island, where his parents lived. They bought a trailer and settled there for many years. However, with Marlene's disappearance, Donald and Lelena's lives began to spiral downward. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even worse things. Initially, these tortures were primarily directed toward Donald. However, as Lalana grew older, the bitter fate did not spare her. About a year later, the man met a new lover named Pauline and began living together, but they were unable to legally marry because the Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nonetheless, the couple had a child together, and for a while the family lived a quiet life until one day. Pauline did not see what Bill was doing with his own son. She immediately went to the police and told them everything, then left with her child. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. A grisly discovery in the woods. Around a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter discovered a terrifying sight in a wooded area near a Verona trailer park. He noticed that his dog had begun digging in the ground, revealing what appeared to be a fragment of a human skull. The man immediately reported it to police, and the arriving experts confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a severely damaged skull. The discovered remains were immediately sent to forensic experts for a thorough examination, and the experts' conclusions were extremely frightening. The skull was missing its lower jaw and lacked any teeth. There were 2 bullet holes, and the shots were fired at point-blank range. Experts also discovered chop marks from a large knife or axe on the bones, indicating that the head was likely separated from the body. It was impossible to say for certain who this skull belonged to, but based on the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed to be a young woman under the age of 30. The story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly searched, but no other remains or belongings were found. So the discovery was dubbed Jane Doe, which means unknown, and the search was halted. A new investigation 20 years later. When Donald and Lalana moved into their grandparents' home, their lives gradually improved. Most of all, they feared the day their father would be released. However, after his release, Bill showed no interest in his adult children and did not contact them for a long time. Lalana avoided talking about her mother because she was angry at her for abandoning them with a tyrant father. However, during a candid conversation with her grandmother, Lalana inquired as to why her mother had abandoned her and her brother after falling out of love. The old woman responded that she did not believe the story of the escape and believed that her spouse had dealt with her. At this point, the girl's world flipped upside down. She looked at the situation from a completely different perspective and realized the grandmother was correct. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation to solve the mystery surrounding her mother's disappearance. Lalana began by keeping a notebook in which she recorded everything she could recall from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. When the girl was 22 years old in 1998, she decided to return to her hometown, Verona, to speak with former neighbors and see if any of them had any useful information. As it turned out, Glenn still lived in those places, and he remained hopeful that one day the mystery of his beloved's disappearance would be solved. His personal life hasn't developed. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was obsessed with the investigation into Marlene Oak's case. Glenn Lalana learned about her mother's diary, which she gave him to keep safe before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file and eventually lost on the shelves of the police archives. Lalana was able to obtain permission to view her mother's writings and was astounded by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know she was about to die, but she also revealed the identity of her killer, the method of death, and the process of concealing the evidence. After reading the notes, the girl rushed to see her father, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years. In order to discover the truth, it should be noted that Bill remarried after being released from prison, but in 1995, he suffered a stroke and has since been confined to a wheelchair. When he discovered the reason for his daughter's visit, he simply laughed in her face. Lalana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother proper burial. The girl promised not to go to the police and that everything Bill said would be kept between them, but the father only insulted his daughter, called her crazy, and said she would never know what happened to her mother. Layla discovered from her mother's diary that her father was planning the perfect crime, which included dismembering her, removing all of her teeth, and burying the remains in various locations. Also, Lalana, who, like her brother, was bullied by Bill as a child, discovered some horrific details in her father's biography. Bill had already served time for harassment prior to meeting their mother. However, for some reason, police officers overlooked this circumstance when they entrusted Majaru with the children following their mother's disappearance. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter launched a new investigation into the case, providing all of the evidence she had gathered on her own. Lalana and her brother were re-interviewed, and this time they described everything their father had done to them, with the beatings being the least of their concerns. At the same time, Lalana learned of an unidentified skull fragment with no teeth or lower jaw discovered in the nearby woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on DNA testing, but the procedure was prohibitively expensive at the time, and government agencies refused to pay for it. However, Lalana did not give up and organized a fund to pay for the procedure. Relatives, neighbors, and concerned citizens all chipped in, and by the beginning of 2001, Lalana had raised enough funds to complete the identification process. The analysis determined the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and confirmed that the skull fragment discovered belonged to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then, having already received the examination results, Lalana went to her paternal grandfather to speak with him and see if he knew anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify against his own son. Bill's father claimed that in 1980, while his son was intoxicated, he told him that he killed his wife with 2 shots to the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in separate locations that were a significant distance apart. At the same time, he removed the lower jaw and teeth with great care. Marlene's car was thrown off a cliff into the river, but the police were unable to locate it or its fragments for more than 2 decades. The turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, grinding it against sharp rocks. A trial and a fair verdict, regardless of the new circumstances and evidence discovered. There was still no probable cause to arrest Bill. The police then decided to play a trick, asking Bill's father to bring his son to a frank phone conversation in which he confessed to everything. The trick worked, and when Major learned that his daughter wanted to resume the investigation, he told her that she would be unsuccessful because he had safely hidden all of his wife's body fragments, her car, and the instrument of crime. Bill's words became the reason for his arrest as he confessed to everything. The man was arrested in July 2001 after listening to a recording of the telephone conversation and learning about the skull's identification. He admitted what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, claiming that she drove him to scandals, cheating, and threats to take his children and prevent him from seeing them. At the trial, Bill told his version of the story, claiming that he and his wife had a fight in the car and she began threatening him with a gun, but he grabbed the gun from her and allegedly accidentally shot her twice in the head, except that the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, implying a premeditated crime rather than self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after the crime. The 59-year-old defendant arrived at the hearing in a wheelchair. He himself remained calm and confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer he hired insisted that this crime was committed in self-defense and that Lalana and Donald's claims of harassment were false. Despite the defense's best efforts, the court convicted Major of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oakes. The man was surprised to learn that he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In December 2016, Bill attempted to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison from a second stroke. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves through her community, causing serious concerns among her loved ones. Suzanne, a 38-year-old bookkeeper, was scheduled to start work at 9 a.m. that fateful Tuesday morning at Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street, Edinburgh, Scotland. However, as the morning progressed and Suzanne failed to appear at her desk, her coworkers became increasingly concerned. It was completely out of character for her to arrive late or leave work without notice. Concerned about her unexplained absence, Suzanne's coworkers decided to contact her parents, Robert and Sylvia Pilley, Suzanne had last communicated with her parents at 8:30 a.m. when she texted them to say she was on her way to work. Given this text message, her parents became very concerned about her well-being when she did not arrive at work as expected. They suspected that something unusual had happened during her commute because they hadn't heard from her since the initial message. Suzanne's parents, who were growing increasingly concerned, immediately reported her disappearance to local police that afternoon. In the days that followed, law enforcement launched an investigation, making public requests for information and interviewing people who knew Suzanne. As the investigation progressed, several unsettling facts emerged. Suzanne's bank cards and phone had shown no activity since her disappearance. She hadn't used her bus pass and hadn't communicated with any of her friends or family members. Furthermore, Suzanne's family believed she would not have left without informing anyone because she had responsibilities at home, such as caring for her pets. Suzanne's father, Robert, expressed the profound confusion and distress that surrounded their family during this difficult time. He compared her disappearance to a perplexing enigma, claiming that it felt as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void beyond explanation. Suzanne's sudden disappearance remained a perplexing and deeply troubling mystery, with her loved ones, law enforcement, and the community as a whole searching for answers. The investigation into Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance began to reveal new details as police meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area. The footage revealed a timeline of Suzanne's movements on the day she vanished, shed light on the events that led up to her disappearance. Suzanne followed her routine on the morning of her disappearance, leaving her apartment on Whitten Road at 8 a.m. to begin her day as usual. About 20 minutes later, she boarded a number 2 bus at Stevenson Drive and continued on her regular route. She then transferred to the number 4 bus on Dalry Road, opposite the Caledonian Terrace. Suzanne disembarked from the number 4 bus on Princess Street directly outside the Generous Department Store at 8:48 a.m. She began her workday with a routine stop at a Sainsbury's convenience store, as she did most mornings. Surveillance cameras captured Suzanne's presence at the Sainsbury's store at 8:51 a.m. After finishing her errands, she headed to her workplace, which is infrastructure management on Thistle Street. Suzanne's last known footage was captured by a CCTV camera near the building at the corner, only 50 meters from her office front door. At this point, she appeared to vanish from sight, leaving authorities with a perplexing mystery to solve. The investigation revealed one potentially significant detail. At 8:55 a.m., a black cab stopped in the area where Suzanne was last seen. Although law enforcement did not believe the cab driver was directly involved in Suzanne's disappearance, they did issue an appeal to the driver to come forward and help with their ongoing investigation. This development raised questions about whether the cab driver witnessed anything unusual or had information that could help solve the mystery of Suzanne Pilley's disappearance. As the investigation into Suzanne Pilley's disappearance progressed, law enforcement began to look into her personal life in an attempt to better understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Their investigations led them to what appeared to be a complex love triangle, which shed light on a possible motive for the crime. Suzanne, a single woman, had recently been in a romantic relationship with a coworker, David Gilroy. However, the relationship ended in December 2009. David, who was married and had his own family, had decided to return to his wife and children in an attempt to reconcile with them. He told the police that Suzanne had been dating other men since their breakup, implying that their romantic relationship had ended amicably. Several weeks after Suzanne's mysterious disappearance, David Gilroy reported a break-in to police. He claimed that someone broke into his home while he was sleeping, stealing both his mobile phone and laptop. According to David, his wife discovered the broken back door when she woke up, despite the fact that they had heard very little noise during the intrusion. When asked if he thought the break-in was connected to Suzanne's disappearance, David responded with uncertainty, saying, "I don't know." The investigation took a darker and more ominous turn when authorities began looking for the driver of a silver car that had apparently stopped in a remote forest area. They expressed their interest in the vehicle movements on the afternoon and evening of May 5, the day after Suzanne's last sighting. The police were especially interested in anyone who saw the car between 1 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., as well as around 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. In a significant development, authorities publicly announced the shift from a missing person case to a murder investigation. They reveal that they believe Suzanne was murdered and that her body was either disposed of or concealed about 90 miles from her last known location. The search was expanded to cover approximately 400 square miles of rural Gill and Butte. The investigation centered primarily on the Rest, Be Thankful, and Argo Forest regions. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Suzanne was found at this time. As the investigation progressed, police focused their search on a 5-square-mile area. They suspected Suzanne's remains could be hidden in Glen Crow, Argill, and Butte. They continued their determined efforts to solve the mystery of her disappearance. Despite the absence of Suzanne's body, the authorities believed they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge David Gilroy with her murder. The investigation into this enigmatic case was meticulous and painstaking. Law enforcement is working tirelessly to bring justice. They interviewed nearly 1,500 potential witnesses and meticulously documented 1164 statements. The investigators diligently gathered 25 pieces of evidence, which included documents and various objects. Furthermore, they examined CCTV footage from 250 different locations and conducted thorough searches in 30 different areas throughout our mission. In court, the prosecution stood firm, presenting a compelling case. Their arguments revolved around the notion that, despite the absence of Suzanne's body, a wealth of evidence pointed to her being the victim of a heinous crime, with David as the primary suspect. The prosecution revealed the intricate tapestry of Suzanne and David's relationship, which began at work. However, their turbulent love story had taken a dark turn when Suzanne chose to end the relationship shortly before her mysterious disappearance, a decision attributed to her newfound involvement with another person. During the trial, Suzanne's mother, Sylvia, testified, providing a moving glimpse into her daughter's life. Sylvia recounted Suzanne's marriage in 2004, followed by a divorce. Suzanne had taken a significant step toward independence by purchasing her own Edinburgh apartment, which became David's residence in 2009. Sylvia made it clear that he had left his wife and was seeking a divorce. Suzanne did not cause the breakup. The courtroom remained wrapped as the prosecution continued to unravel the complex narrative. David's obsession with Suzanne became a central theme in their case. The prosecution revealed that David sent an astounding 400 text messages in the month leading up to Suzanne's disappearance, indicating that he was unwilling to accept the end of their relationship. Phone records provide a vivid picture of David's persistent attempts to communicate with Suzanne. In the days leading up to her disappearance, he sent her over 50 texts per day. His final communication with Suzanne was on May 3, the day before she went missing, and consisted of 15 text messages and 1 voicemail. The prosecution's case took an unsettling turn when it painted a vivid and sinister picture of what happened on May 4. They claimed Suzanne had followed her usual daily routine, going to work as she had done countless times before. In a chilling scenario, the prosecution claimed that David waited for Suzanne to arrive at the office building and strangled her almost immediately, possibly luring her into the basement. According to their version of events, he then hid Suzanne's lifeless body in the basement of the office building, adding to the mystery surrounding her disappearance. David then went back home to retrieve his silver Vauxhall Vectra. That would quickly become an important piece of the puzzle in this haunting case. The prosecution claimed that Suzanne's lifeless remains were hidden in the car's trunk, away from prying eyes. As the courtroom listened intently, the prosecution painted a disturbing picture of David's immediate actions following the alleged crime. He bought air fresheners, most likely in an attempt to mask any odors associated with his unpleasant activities. Furthermore, he made numerous visits to the basement and garage areas of the infrastructure management offices, despite having no legitimate reason to be there. Following these ominous activities, David went about his day seemingly unaffected, attending a school presentation with his wife and sharing a meal at Victoria and Leith Walk, while immersed in the gripping courtroom drama surrounding Suzanne's disappearance and presumed murder. New details emerged that sent chills down the spines of everyone who followed the case. The night of May 4 was pivotal in the prosecution's narrative. David Gilroy had ostensibly made an appointment to visit a school the next day, May 5, in Logelfed, Argill and Butte. The school in question was a client of his employer, but there appeared to be no legitimate reason for his attendance on that particular day. His interaction with a school cleaner who provided him with beanbags and cable ties added to his suspicions. This seemingly insignificant event would quickly become the focus of the investigation. The prosecution's case gained traction as they meticulously recreated David's journey to Orgill. They examined CCTV footage and his mobile phone records, revealing several-hour gaps on both legs of his journey from Loch's Gilfhead to Inverarray. The journey took an incredible 2 hours longer each way than it should have. The prosecution claimed that the discrepancy concealed a sinister secret. Suzanne's body was hidden somewhere in that area. David was intimately familiar with this region. I've previously gone on walking holidays there with Suzanne. When investigators examined David's car, they made chilling discoveries. Vegetative matter was discovered on the vehicle, and 3 fractured coil springs suggested that it had been driven off-road. Things become even more complicated. The court learned that David had turned off his phone at some point during his journey, which added to the evidence against him. The court heard that cadaver dogs trained to detect the scent of human remains showed interest in both David's Vauxhall Vectra boot and specific areas of the office building's basement. As the trial progressed, the prosecution introduced a disturbing physical aspect to their case. When David went to the police station on May 6 to give a statement, authorities discovered alarming evidence. David had scratches on his hands, a cut on his forehead, bruises on his chest, and more scratches on his wrists and forearms. The prosecution claimed that David used makeup to conceal his injuries while speaking with the police, which raised additional suspicions. Gail Hawkins, Suzanne's N's friend, took the stand and made a shocking revelation. Suzanne had confided in her, concerned that David had hacked into her email account and gained unauthorized access to her emails. The prosecution claimed that David had accessed her emails between August 24, 2009 and April 30, 2010. The court also discovered that he had access to her account on an online dating site. Helen Liddell, a financial administrator at Infrastructure Management, testified that she discovered emails between David and Suzanne that clearly showed they were having an affair or relationship. This revelation surprised her because she was unaware of their relationship. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Suzanne and David just 2 days before she disappeared. On May 2, the two were seen shopping together at a convenience store. This contrasts sharply with David's claim to the police that their relationship ended in December 2009. Police efforts to find Suzanne's remains took a chilling turn when they narrowed the search area to only 5 square miles, based on David's phone records. These records showed that his phone had pinged off phone masts in the remote Glen Crow area on May 5, the day Suzanne went missing. Glen Crow, located in the Kerry Alps on the Cowell Peninsula in Argyll and Butte, boasted rugged mountains and a landscape riddled with formidable obstacles, including boulders, making the search for evidence particularly difficult. The defense responded with a concise case, claiming that there was insufficient evidence against their client and that the prosecution's case was based solely on circumstantial evidence. Suzanne's body had not been found, forcing the prosecution to speculate on her fate and cause of death. There were no witnesses to the alleged crime, no confession, and no DNA or blood evidence to connect David to the crime. The prosecution presented only circumstantial evidence, which left room for doubt. David declined to testify, but the defense summoned some of his co-workers to give testimony. They stated that nothing out of the ordinary occurred at the office on May 4. After 2.5 days of deliberation, the jury reached a split decision. The court accepted a majority verdict, and David was convicted of murder. He received a life sentence and was required to serve at least 18 years. David Gilroy maintains his innocence. On April 27, 2012, he filed notice of intent to appeal his conviction. However, on December 2012, the Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh dismissed the appeal. In June 2017, the Scottish Criminal Cases Review Commission concluded its investigation of the case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Taking the lives of one's children is more than just a heinous crime. A woman's altered consciousness under strong substances or a painful emotional state can push her to take such desperate measures. When the body is unable to cope with stress, the high-profile case of Veronica Youngblood serves as a vivid and horrific example of how a disturbed psyche, unhealthy relationships, and constant stress can have irreversible consequences. Veronica committed a horrible crime. However, during the trial, the young woman claimed that, despite her actions, she had always been a good mother and wished nothing but the best for her children. This story elicits both anger and sympathy. But to understand what drove Veronica to such a heinous and inhumane act, you must go back a few decades and see what she had to endure. Perhaps her own childhood traumas contributed to this, but that does not absolve her of responsibility. Veronica Youngblood, born Veronica Castro in the Santa Rosa suburbs of central Argentina in 1986, had an abusive childhood. She was the eldest of 2 daughters in the family and was raised alongside her sister Mara, who was born in 1988. The girl's childhood was impoverished and difficult, but hunger and a lack of basic necessities were the worst. Her parents did not work, abused alcohol, and vented their rage on their eldest daughter, beating her nearly every day, sometimes to the point where she could not walk. Grandfather also had no warm feelings for his own granddaughters, viewing them as extra hungry mouths that needed to be fed. Veronica grew up knowing she had nowhere to turn for protection and support. She felt superfluous in her own family, with her younger sister being the only truly close person to her. When she was 14, her parents divorced and separated. Her father had no interest in the fate of his daughters. However, her mother, who was actively trying to organize her personal life, did not require children. Veronica was forced to become an escort without an education in order to support herself and her younger sister, as she saw no other option. She became pregnant at the age of 15 and gave birth to her first child, a daughter named Sharon, when she was 16. She never revealed her eldest daughter's father's name, and she probably didn't know it either, having become pregnant by one of her many clients, a member of a strange cult. Without support or assistance as a teenager, the girl joined a strange South American religious cult known as Umbanda. It was a collection of diverse beliefs and cult positions, including the foundations of Catholicism, spiritualism, and African culture. In Umbanda, it is customary to honor spirit guides who can communicate with the souls of the deceased. The cult's followers believe in reincarnation and spiritual development through a variety of practices. Veronica, an impressionable and driven girl, was quickly instilled with the peculiarities of this belief. And based on her younger sister's memories, she began to believe she could communicate with spirits and the deceased. Veronica discussed hearing voices and seeing dreams, and she believed that after death, each person's soul is reborn for a better life. Most likely, such a religious cult was fertile ground for the development of mental illness. Given Veronica's difficult childhood and her own inherent abuse of her, the other members of the cult treated her with kindness and love, which she lacked the most. So she believed every word they said about moving to the United States and meeting Ronald Youngblood. When did Veronica decide to move to the United States of America? It is unknown, but it occurred in the late 2000s when she was slightly older than 20. Taking her young daughter, she settled in Hampton Roads, Virginia. The attractive young woman took a job with an escort service company. In late 2008, Veronica met a guy named Ronald Youngblood. He was a few years older than her and a pilot in the United States Navy. Ronald and Veronica first met when he used the services of the company where she worked. Ronald appeared to be immediately drawn to this young person, as he expressed a desire to continue communicating. Soon, he insisted that Veronica leave the escort, and they began to live together. And in 2009, the couple officially legalized their relationship in one of Las Vegas's chapels, holding a small ceremony with no guests. After the wedding, Veronica's life became stable for the first time, and she was no longer afraid to look ahead and confidently make plans. She had her own home, a caring husband with a stable job who fully provided for her, and Veronica could focus on making her home comfortable. Most importantly, Ronald adopted her daughter Sharon and cared for her with love and affection. When the couple welcomed their daughter, Brooklyn, in 2013, they were overjoyed, and the eldest heiress was overjoyed to have a baby sister, Sharon Youngblood. Following the wedding, Ronald gave Veronica and her eldest daughter his surname, despite the fact that the child was not officially adopted. Nevertheless, the girl addressed him as Daddy and reached out to him. Ronald tried not to deny her anything, paid attention, and helped raise the child. Sharon grew up to be a bright, sociable, and purposeful girl. She did well in school, had many friends, and was outgoing and friendly. She was involved in sports from a young age, including being a member of the school cheerleading team and playing tennis. but the girl achieved the most success in figure skating. So it was easy to work with Sharon because she felt at ease on the ice, as if she were in his element. Throughout her childhood and adolescence, she regularly competed in figure skating competitions, winning numerous awards. She was prophesied a successful sporting career, citing the young figure skater's tenacity and diligence. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be due to an unstable family life. After several years of living together, Ronald and Veronica's relationship began to deteriorate. Both spouses had difficult personalities. They were extremely emotional and unyielding. If they were able to reach an agreement at first, neither of them was willing to make concessions now. Furthermore, the spouses began to do many evil things to each other, resulting in frequent scandals involving violent clarification of relationships, mutual accusations, and insults. Furthermore, Ronald was extremely jealous and controlling. If, prior to the wedding, he promised to forget what his chosen one did, he reminded her of it every chance he got. He claimed that he pulled her out of the mud provided for her by her child, and now he demands that she follow his rules. Family disagreements began to escalate into physical assault, with the husband and wife taking turns initiating the fight. Both parties filed domestic violence complaints with the police. However, in most cases, these reports were quickly withdrawn, and the spouses continued to live together. To be fair, the children were not involved in their parents' arguments and were never physically harmed. However, their emotional states can only be speculated on. Ronald was sent to Central America, specifically the Republic of Honduras, for duty in 2014, and his family accompanied him. During this time, the spouses' relations deteriorated significantly. Veronica reported to the local police that her husband was raising his hand against her, restricting her finances by blocking her card and forbidding her from using the internet or driving. Ronald later claimed in his defense that he did so after discovering that his spouse was cheating on him. The husband believed that by denying his wife money, personal transportation, and the ability to communicate with her lover, he could keep her at home. As a result, Veronica filed a complaint with the U.S. Embassy, and her husband was extradited from Honduras and returned to the United States. However, this incident had no bearing on his career, and he was soon transferred to Washington, D.C., to the main department of the country's Navy. However, the couple's relations eventually soured, resulting in a breakup and ongoing conflict. In 2016, the couple relocated to Florida, where Ronald had a new job. They had virtually separated by that point, but they continued to live under the same roof, and Ron continued to provide full support for Veronica and her daughters. By the beginning of 2017, the family had relocated again, this time to the small town of Oakton, Virginia, where the spouses began the official divorce process. Ron and Veronica did not separate, however, even after their marriage ended. They lived in the same house, but they clearly couldn't stand each other anymore. Both later claimed that no matter what, they wanted to raise children together, but Veronica had no source of income and couldn't even afford to rent a room. The issue of the children's future custody became particularly acute, and Veronica realized that she would be unable to raise the children on her own because they were all completely dependent on Ronald. He was also aware of this and took every opportunity to remind his wife of it, occasionally resorting to outright blackmail, which drove the young woman insane. Driven to despair, Veronica decided to take out a bank loan so that they could have some of their own money. However, as a guarantor, she listed her still legal husband without informing him. When Ronald received a call from the bank, another scandal erupted. Naturally, he refused to act as guarantor, and his wife's actions provided him with yet another reason to humiliate her. True, a few months later, the couple was able to reach an agreement, and the scandals between them subsided for a while. According to the court decision, they can continue to live together and raise their children without being charged alimony. But the truth did not last long. Ronald sued Veronica in the fall of 2017, accusing her of aggressive and inadequate behavior. He claimed that his spouse smashed his smartphone, launching it into the wall, drowned in a basin of water with a functioning laptop, and smashed his car's windshield with a stone. Following that, Veronica was forced to relocate and was forbidden from visiting Iran. At the same time, the youngest daughter, Brooklyn, was temporarily granted full custody of her father until the next court hearing. 3 weeks later, the divorce was finalized. However, after receiving a divorce certificate, the former spouses resumed living together, and the courts and custody battle appeared to be resolved. About 6 months later, the former spouses appeared in court together again, but this time, they presented a multi-page agreement outlining their custody plan for their shared daughter. Ronald was transferred to Missouri, and his former wife and children accompanied him. But first, Veronica wanted to officially settle a number of nuances regarding their daughter, Brooklyn's, custody. Ronald agreed to provide his ex-wife with housing near his home so that they could raise their daughter together. The court approved the document in April 2018, with the move scheduled for August of that year. A month later, however, Veronica abruptly reversed her decision and returned to court. The young woman sought assistance from a lawyer who was required to competently draft and amend the previously approved agreement. Veronica explained that she was doing this due to changed circumstances. By then, she had completed her nursing school training and had been offered a well-paying job in Oakton. That way, she could more or less support herself and the girls, with no need to relocate after her ex-husband. Furthermore, the new job promised to help her find and pay for her own place to live. Due to her new situation, Veronica now sought full custody of her daughter Brooklyn, as outlined in an amendment to the agreement. A new hearing was held in July 2018, 1 month before the previously scheduled departure to Missouri. However, the court refused to modify the previously approved agreement, and the former spouses were to relocate to another state to share custody of their shared daughter, as previously agreed. Veronica appeared to agree with the court's decision, as he made no further attempts to challenge it. Ronald filed a legal notice 2 weeks after the last court hearing, stating his new address where he would live after the move, which was less than a month away. He was on his way with only a few minor details to finalize. Everything seemed to be going as planned, but Sharon and Brooklyn had only a few days to live. A disturbing call, the evening of August 5, 2018. Sharon, 15, called emergency services with a disturbing message. The girl was in tears, gasping, and in pain. She begged to be saved, and he expressed his desire to live. She claimed she was severely injured. When the cameraman asked what had happened, she explained that she had just been shot with a gun by her own mother. Sharon claims she and her younger sister were asleep when their mother walked into the room and shot Brooklyn. At the sound of the gunshot, the older sister awoke, literally numb from fear. She asked her mother, "What are you doing?" Veronica responded that she was taking her daughters to God. Sharon attempted to flee, but Veronica shot her in the back. She was on the verge of collapse. She made it to the next room, where she locked herself in and called for help. The operator assured Sharon that help was on the way and asked her to wait a few minutes, but then he heard the girl scream Indian despair, followed by another gunshot. Then there was a frightening silence, and the call was disconnected. The police and paramedics arrived on the scene by 10 p.m., but a horrifying picture had already been revealed. Ronald, who was on business in another city at the time, had also called 911, requesting that someone come to his house right away because his ex-wife, he claimed, had done something terrible. Veronica had already called and told him everything, but Ron refused to believe what she said. Sharon was the first to be discovered, lying on the floor with 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest and one to the back. Amazingly, despite the massive blood loss, she still had a faint pulse and was desperately trying to survive. Sharon was quickly transferred to the nearest hospital's intensive care unit. However, despite doctors' efforts, she died the following day. Brooklyn's lifeless body was discovered in her bedroom, on her own bed. She was killed with a single gunshot to the head. The girl's father arrived about an hour later and dashed home as quickly as he could, but Veronica's whereabouts remained unknown until the emergency services received another call from one man, Well Bellows, who reported Veronica's whereabouts, who was Manuel. Manuel was one of the lawyers the young woman consulted with in the spring of 2018 regarding custody of her youngest daughter. Veronica, as the lawyer later argued in court, immediately struck him as a rather serious, collected, and responsible young woman, fighting for custody of her beloved daughters. Furthermore, she was very attractive in appearance, divorced, and not in a relationship at the time. The two quickly hit it off, resulting in a turbulent love affair. Only a few months later, Manuel noticed some oddities in her behavior that piqued his interest, specifically Veronica's religious beliefs and her frightening statements about the upcoming meeting with God. At the end of July, Veronica called Manuel and invited him to her house, saying they needed to have a serious conversation. When he arrived, the young woman was home alone while her ex-husband and children were staying with Ronald's relatives. The lights were turned off in the house, but candles were lit everywhere, creating a romantic atmosphere, and there was a dinner for two on the table. She told him that she had lost the nursing position she'd been looking forward to and refused to move to another state as a result. Veronica also shocked her boyfriend when she revealed that she was pregnant by him. This information was later refuted. Manuel didn't know how to react, so Veronica tried to seduce him and entice him into intimacy. According to Manuel, nothing happened between them that night because Veronica made him feel strangely uncomfortable and threatened, as if his life was in danger. He asked her for time to consider how to proceed before hurriedly leaving her house. On the evening of August 5, Manuel heard someone ring his doorbell. He opened the door to find Veronica on the doorstep. She was frighteningly calm, with no emotion on her face at all. Veronica requested to be let into the house. But before Manuel could do so, he noticed a gun in her hands and was so terrified that he threatened to call the police if she didn't leave right away. But Veronica, with the same stony expression, responded that he could do so because she no longer cared. She then revealed that she had killed her daughters. So the police were looking for her anyway. Manuel became very scared after hearing these words, so he closed the door and rushed to the phone. While Veronica returned to her rental car, she came in and waited to be arrested. The arrest and a complete picture of the crime. When the police arrived at Manuel's house, Veronica was in the driver's seat, and next to her in the passenger seat were the loaded guns he had used to shoot her daughters hours before. The young woman did not resist. Her face remained expressionless. In addition to the gun, several full magazines were discovered in the car. Already at the station, Veronica admitted that she had purchased the gun at an exhibition 10 days prior in order to murder her daughters and then commit suicide. According to her, she decided to take this desperate step to exact revenge on her ex-husband and prevent him from taking their common daughter, Brooklyn. She also stated that her personal life did not work out and she became depressed. Apparently, the eldest daughter noticed her mother's strange behavior and suspected something was wrong, because a few days before the tragedy, she asked her directly if she intended to kill them. But what the mother said to her remains a mystery. On the afternoon of August 5, Veronica gave her daughters sweet, in which she had previously mixed sleeping pills so that the girls would not resist. When they fell asleep in their room, the mother pulled out a loaded gun and went to her daughters. She first went to Brooklyn's crib, but then raised the gun to her head and pulled the trigger. Sharon was startled awake by the gunshot, but she didn't realize what was going on until she asked her mother. Veronica replied that she would take her and her sister to God before pointing the gun at her eldest daughter. But Sharon jumped out of bed, dashed to the door, and was immediately shot in the back. She was able to run to the next room and call for help while her mother attempted to open the door. When Veronica entered the room, Sharon screamed and received a second bullet in the chest. Veronica then called her ex-husband and told him what she had done and that she was going to commit suicide as well. She blamed Ronald for everything, claiming that she hated him and that he had ruined her life. However, the young woman changed her mind about leaving her life for unknown reasons and went to her boyfriend's house, where she was arrested. Young blood fully admitted her guilt, and when asked what punishment she would impose on herself, the woman suggested the death penalty. It is worth noting that in Virginia, such a measure has not been used in a long time, and Veronica was aware of this. Trial and sentence. Initially, the defendant declined the services of a lawyer and fully admitted her guilt, but she abruptly changed her testimony and decided to hire a public defender. She later claimed that she heard voices telling her to do this to her daughters, and she obeyed. Veronica also stated that she had a difficult childhood, recalling only beatings and hunger, and that her ex-husband had finally killed her faith in the possibility of finding happiness in life. She added that she did not want her daughters to face the same fate. The trial took a long time because Veronica refused to leave her cell and attend the sessions. Furthermore, she attempted suicide several times but was saved each time and did not inflict serious injury on herself. The defense attorney attempted to persuade the court that his client suffers from a mental disorder that developed as a result of childhood traumas, the influence of a religious cult, and abuse by her former husband. The defense lawyer also claimed that Veronica was insane during the crime and was unaware of her actions. Despite the lawyer's efforts, the court saw cold calculation in the woman's actions because she had purchased weapons in advance. promised the children sweets in exchange for sleeping pills, and then proceeded to carry out her terrible plan. Her actions were not spontaneous. They could not be dismissed as a state of affect or a severe deterioration of mental illness. The final verdict in the case was issued in March 2023. Veronica was convicted and sentenced to 78 years in prison. In fact, this will be her life sentence. Many people thought Ronald's behavior in court was strange. He did not appear to be a grieving father, and when his former wife sobbed in court, he smirked. Following the verdict, he only stated that he was pleased with the outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the 2 of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But Sue, he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him mount, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt. And it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, The car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Ari's room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, He would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialists to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Sheila LaBarre, a monster with angelic features. Childhood psychological and physical traumas can have far-reaching consequences in adulthood. Of course, they do not always result in someone becoming cruel and attempting to harm others. However, trauma can sometimes create a true monster. Adrian Rain, a criminal psychologist, believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can transform a person into a cold-blooded killer, which he discusses in depth in his book, Anatomy of Violence. Many serial criminals in history had truly hellish childhoods, and perhaps our heroine today, Sheila LaBarre, can be attributed to them. This woman had an angelic appearance, which she skillfully used to seduce her victims before brutally murdering them. Despite the fact that the court was only able to establish 2 of her crimes, criminologists are confident that there were many more. And now let us look at this difficult story from the beginning to see if Sheila LaBarre was born a monster or if she became one as a result of the cruelty she experienced as a child. Who is Sheila LaBarre? Sheila LaBarre was born on July 4, 1958, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children, raised alongside her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent on a picturesque but rather secluded farm surrounded by cornfields. Lynn's older sibling remembered Sheila as an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She enjoyed being the center of attention, had a pleasant voice, and had a cute appearance. So if her life had gone differently, she could have become a famous actress or singer. Instead of bright posters, her name appeared on the pages of criminal chronicles detailing the unimaginable cruelty of her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's head, who had suffered from alcoholism for years, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction was influenced by his entire family. He frequently went on binges, transforming into a true beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with whatever he could get his hands on, threw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself inside the house. We are not allowing anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons frequently had to spend the night in a barn or outdoors in the field. When Manuel became drunk again and began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members, the mother did her best to protect the children. However, one of the flower pots thrown by her husband struck her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila sustained a severe concussion and a permanent scar on her temple, which he painstakingly covered with her hair. However, the insults and beatings were not the worst thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' home. According to Sheila and Lynn's memories, Manuel forced them to become intimate from a young age. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the matter was never discussed. Despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She wished to leave the farm as soon as possible and conquer the big city. The girl was very ambitious and determined. She aspired to be an actress or a pop singer since she was a child, and he had everything for this: charisma, a good appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood. First marriage. Sheila left her parents' home when she was just 18 years old. But adulthood was not as enjoyable. She was not permitted to enter university with an average score, and she lacked the funds to relocate to major cities. Then she got a job as a maid at one of the hotels where her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slim build and an attractive appearance. She had large blue eyes, a charming smile, and thick, long hair. She was surrounded by men's attention, which she eventually learned to use to manipulate her suitors. In the late 1970s, LeBar Bailey met a man named Jonathan Baxter, and they began a romantic relationship. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he did have a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not cause any problems, and the couple married soon after. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and ended when Jonathan discovered that the young wife abused his daughter while he was away at work. Sheila was irritated with the child and would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she began crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals or listen to explanations. He simply wants to file for divorce and leave his wife and his belongings outside his house. He did not want to see or hear from her again. Sheila dated several men after her divorce and mostly lived off of them. However, all of these relationships were fleeting, lasting only a few weeks or months, until she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings, in the early 1980s. Their turbulent romance quickly led to marriage, and Sheila adopted a double surname, Bailey Jennings. It was a toxic relationship between two erratic and unstable people who frequently cheated, scandalized, and even fought. Nonetheless, their marriage lasted over 3 years. In 1984, after another family feud, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused. In fact, Ronnie abandoned the relationship. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her angry, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, consuming a large number of drugs in front of her husband while drinking heavily. And after this infernal cocktail, he sat behind the wheel of the car and drove down the road. Sheila quickly lost consciousness under the influence of pills and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at high speed. She miraculously survived, but with a massive head injury. She was in a deep coma for more than a week, and doctors gave no prognosis. When Sheila regained consciousness and began to recover, she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her, possibly taking advantage of her helplessness while she was heavily sedated. After all of this, Sheila returned home to her second husband, but she began to behave aggressively and threateningly toward him. During another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly left the madwoman, rich lover. When her second marriage ended, the young woman began looking for love in print media dating columns, where she also placed her own ads. However, no man stayed with her for long because she preferred to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners in both intimate and everyday life. Soon, a photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred, who built the bar. The man had already been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and has since lived alone on his large country ranch. Bill was a reasonably wealthy man. He owned a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and raised horses on his ranch. At the same time, he was lonely and desired a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's what he discovered. Sheila was drawn to her new acquaintance's wealth and decided that it would be the perfect union for her. To completely confuse Bill, she began sending him frank letters via postal mail, supplemented with her nude photos. The trap worked, and LeBar soon invited a lovely pen pal to his ranch. Their romance progressed rapidly. An elderly man is generous with expensive gifts for a young mistress who moved in with him in the summer of 1987. This greatly pleased the doctor, who now ventured out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and fit for him as a daughter. Nonetheless, he did not intend to marry Sheila. Sheila, however, did not wait for a marriage proposal and changed her name to LeBar. Bill was surprised by the turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to meddle in her elderly lover's affairs, eventually taking control of his business, finances, and property disposition. Furthermore, Bill was getting older and could no longer meet a young woman's intimate needs. Then, according to Sheila, he allowed her to meet other men, whom she frequently brought to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers in the mid-1990s was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was originally hired as an au pair on the ranch. However, the young man with built consent, who was most likely pressured by Sheila, soon moved into the owner's home. Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship in 1995, and the spouse considered him to be her only man from that point forward. But he quickly realized he was mistaken because his wife continued to meet with various men. Wayne wasn't pleased with this, and one day he jumped on Sheila and her next lover, causing them physical harm. Sheila, who had grown accustomed to being dominated, had no idea how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time his arrival was announced. Eventually, she filed for divorce and requested a court order to prevent Elaine from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Sheila's turbulent personal life was unaffected by another divorce, and she continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, her relationship was increasingly ending in lawsuits from men who accused Sheila of not only cruelty, but also threatening their lives and health. As a result, she intentionally hit one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran over him, while another nearly broke his head and scratched his face, leaving him permanently scarred. With age, Sheila became increasingly dangerous to others. He demanded obedience from all men and became enraged when they disobeyed. Bill Barr died from heart failure in 2000 when he was 74, although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal case in the death of an elderly man. His family believed Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years, driving him into the light, despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never legally married. Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heir to all of his property. The relatives attempted a legal challenge, but were unsuccessful. They remained convinced that the mistress coerced Bill into writing the wills he desired at House of Temptation. As previously stated, after Bill's death, Sheila gained complete control over all of his property. She no longer had to consider anyone's opinions. She could do whatever she pleased with the estate she had inherited. She herself described her home as a place of seduction and pleasure, with no inhibitions. She met men on the street, in bars, and on the internet, drew them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch for as long as possible. She wasn't concerned about their age, skin color, or physical appearance. She promised them earthly pleasures, but then attempted to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila frequently tried to seduce couriers by meeting them naked and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't consider the fact that she was getting older and was no longer as attractive as he was. It got to the point where couriers refused to deliver to her address. Neighbors noticed that different men visited the Ranch LeBar on a regular basis, but some left the same day. Others were delayed, but only for a short period. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed, as Michael Delage had also disappeared. Sheila soon decided to look for lovers among men who were in desperate need of housing money, particularly those suffering from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable, making it an easy target for the cunning woman who posed as a widowed millionaire and boasted about the untold wealth she had inherited. In 2004, LeBar met Michael Delage, a homeless man, on one of the city's streets. He had a difficult life and had lost everything due to his addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives attempted to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he fled and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and invited him to her home, offering him shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the man became completely reliant on his former mistress. He gave in to all of her demands, afraid of being on the street again. But Sheila quickly acquired the taste, and her desires became increasingly sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He attempted to flee multiple times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters. However, he never went to the police because he was afraid they would not believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila tracked him down each time and returned him to the ranch. In desperation, he attempted to contact his family members and inform them that he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately reacted to the disturbing news, but it was too late. Michael DeLage vanished in October 2005, leaving no trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she confirmed that she and Michael had split up. He had abandoned her, and his current location was unknown to her. Michael did not return to any of the places he had previously visited. Nobody who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to reach him. Contacting the police proved fruitless, and Labarra remained behind on suspicion, relying on Kenneth County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile needed to be maintained, so she was forced to find work. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation that suited her, becoming an operator of intimate phone services. Men were drawn in by her enchanting voice and offered to meet her in person. Among these men was Kenneth County, who was only 24 years old at the time they met. The young man had an attractive appearance and was friendly and open. However, he had a low IQ, which made him extremely gullible. This was precisely the type of guy Labarre was looking for. Kenny was extremely close to his mother, on whom he completely relied. But Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, was able to break this connection and literally lower Kenny to herself. She gave him an unforgettable night of love and promised that it would be like this all the time. The young man decided he had met the woman of his dreams, informed his relatives, and moved into Sheila's house. But Sheila soon revealed her true face to the guy, having set up a real torture room for him, and each time intimacy turned into a brutal beating or worse. Kenny's skin was covered in bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks. However, he was unable to leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila forbade him from seeing or communicating with his loved ones, leaving his family to speculate about what was going on with Kenny. The first alarm was sounded by neighbors, who noticed the man and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a photo of the young man with her cell phone camera, which was later attached to the case file in court. Kenny's condition appears to be deplorable in the photograph. He was extremely thin, with large bruises under his eye and cheek, and his nose was most likely broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all of these injuries were inflicted at different times, implying that the man had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were equally alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, which later turned out to be his own cremation. The store employees were perplexed and even terrified by the man's appearance, so they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila got away with it, and they were unable to charge her with anything. Kenny soon stopped contacting his family completely, and when his worried mother arrived at Lavazza's house, the owner became aggressive and advised her to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts failed, prompting Kenneth County's family to file a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he was being held forcibly at the country ranch, which included a home crematorium and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began paying frequent visits. Sheila provided an audio recording as evidence, in which she asked her lover if his own mother had attacked him, to which he quietly responded in the affirmative. It all seemed more than strange. The very next day, an officer visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had previously been on the police's radar, and her name had been linked to yet another mysterious boyfriend disappearance. However, Sheila had never been questioned, and her home and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they discovered that Labarre was not at home, but there were several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires appeared strange, and were made of improvised materials such as a mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and so on. All were doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires contained bones that clearly resembled human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts and reported on their findings. But that was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of what they discovered next. Poorly washed blood traces were found almost everywhere in the house. It was so much that it looked like there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood was from at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to Kenny, who had gone missing, and there were 2 empty fuel cans nearby, the same ones the boy had purchased at the local store the previous day. But that was not all. Also discovered on the property were the remains of Michael DeLodge, who had vanished a few years earlier, and some fingers of a third man who was never identified, among other things. A large number of items belonging to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have yet to be determined. The hostess was not at home at the time of the police visit. She realized what had happened and fled. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she clearly hoped to get lost. Furthermore, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he kindly invited her to live in his home. However, the following day, after seeing on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover called the police and reported that Sheila was now in his bed. She was arrested there. During the search for Sheila's home, another terrifying discovery was made: a box of videotapes on which Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. However, based on the guy's appearance and condition, it appears that these confessions were made under torture. Since Lavas's arrest, her mental health has sparked numerous concerns. Sheila was diagnosed with a delusional disorder and symptoms of schizophrenia after the court ordered the necessary evaluations. She described herself as an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. Sheila's failing mental health became the foundation upon which your attorney attempted to build a defense. He referred to his client as a gravely ill person and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of her actions. The cause of this was the mental and physical trauma she had experienced as a child. The defendant claimed that many years ago, when she was involved in a terrible accident that left her in a coma, on the verge of dying, she met with God, and the latter instructed her to rid the world of men who exploit children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of her lovers testified in court, calling her crazy, unstable, and extremely violent. And Wayne Ennis, the third husband, claimed that his ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. LeBar in order to seize his property. However, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was established that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. In July 2008, she was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of release. All of her appeals were denied. Sheila is currently serving her sentence in Florida at the Homestead Correctional Facility. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Michelle Marie Summers was born in 1957 as the daughter of Milton and Helen Summers. Michelle grew up in Concord, California, where she played the violin, acted, cheered, and was the homecoming queen, excelling academically with straight A's. Michelle was also a devoted follower of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Her diverse experiences included being an exchange student in Switzerland, pursuing a modeling career, and winning the title of Miss Concord in 1976. On April 11, 2007, Michelle McNeil, a 50-year-old Pleasant Grove, Utah USA resident, was recovering at home from surgery. Michelle's daughter, Alexis Summers, initially cared for her after she was released from the hospital, but her husband, Dr. Martin McNeil, eventually took over her care. Michelle and Martin met at an event for young Mormon singles, and they married when Michelle was only 21 years old. They are still married nearly 3 decades later. Martin, a practicing psychiatrist, and Michelle, a former beauty queen turned model, shared a desire for children, eventually expanding their family to include 4 biological children within a short 5-year period after marriage, as well as adopting 4 children, 3 of whom are from Ukraine. Martin escorted his young daughters to school on April 11th, leaving 4 adult children and 4 minor children at home the previous day. Alexis, who had left to resume medical school, called Michelle at 8:45 a.m. to check on her health. Michelle assured Alexis that she was doing fine. Michelle had a facelift just over a week earlier, on April 3, and was on prescription medication with instructions to rest. Alexis had cared for her for a few days before returning to school, and Michelle told her she felt fine and planned to pick up the girls later that day. After dropping the girls off at school, Martin went to work, where he received an award and asked a photographer to take a picture of him. After the award ceremony, he picked up his daughter at 11:30 a.m. and drove them home. When they returned, calls to Michelle went unanswered, prompting Martin and his daughter to look for her throughout the house. They discovered Michelle submerged in the bathtub, fully clothed. Martin instructed his daughter to seek help, and she dashed to a neighbor's house. Martin dialed 911 and informed the dispatcher that he was performing CPR. He also informed a colleague that he was running a code on his wife. When Alexis called Martin, he delivered the distressing news. "Your mother is in the bathtub, and she is not breathing." Concerned neighbors rushed into the bathroom to help and noticed Martin bent over Michelle's face. Michelle lay face up, her head under the faucet, and her legs and feet inside the bathtub. With the help of the neighbors, Michelle was lifted from the bathtub, and Martin began keep here. Once paramedics arrived, they took over the resuscitation efforts. During this process, Michelle made a gurgling sound and expelled a large amount of fluid from her mouth several times. Martin told the paramedics that he hadn't been away from the house for long, and that Michelle may have overdosed on pain medication and slipped in the tub, hitting her head. Martin discovered Michelle slumped over the bathtub, with her lower body outside. Michelle was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. Dr. Maureen Fricker, the medical examiner, concluded that Michelle's death was natural and caused by cardiovascular disease, specifically hypertension and myocarditis. Within 9 days of Michelle's funeral, Gypsy Gillian Willis moved into Martin's home. Martin initially told his children that he had hired her as a nanny to look after the remaining 4 young children at home. However, Martin's adult children were concerned about the situation. When Alexis asked about his relationship with a gypsy, Martin told her to leave the house. It was later discovered that Gypsy was not working as a nanny. Instead, she remained reserved. Riding with Martin as his partner, they went to Wyoming together, where Gypsy introduced Martin to her family as her fiancé and even took the name Julian McNeil. Martin unexpectedly proposed to a gypsy just 3 months after his wife died. Alexis, her sister Rachel, and Michelle's sister, Linda Clothes, had suspicions about the purported natural cause of Michelle's death and, convinced that Michelle's death had been murdered, urged the police to reinvestigate the case. Reaching out to various Utah newspapers, the governor's office, and authorities requires persistent efforts, which eventually leads to Michelle's case being reopened. A toxicologist examined the autopsy toxicology report and discovered that Michael's blood contained concentrations of Valium, percocet-phenergen, and Ambien that were sufficient to render her severely obtunded and difficult to arouse. A medical examiner, Dr. Todd Gray, reviewed the report and changed the cause of death from natural to undetermined. Michelle's cause of death was reclassified as a combination of heart disease and drug toxicity, which differed from the previously attributed heart disease. As the investigation into Martin's background progressed, it revealed a life founded on deception. Martin committed fraud in his 20s, writing forged checks to fund his lavish lifestyle. His criminal record included convictions for forgery and grand theft, which resulted in a 180-day prison sentence. Following his release, Martin enrolled in medical school using 2 falsified transcripts. He had submitted someone else's transcript during the application process. Furthermore, police discovered that Martin had falsely claimed to be schizophrenic in order to get a discharge from the military. Following his discharge, he received $3,000 per month from Veterans Affairs for more than 3 decades, and the police looked into the case further. Following Michelle's death, Martin attempted to arrange the adoption of the 3 children they had adopted from Ukraine. To facilitate this, he devised a deceptive plan involving one of his daughters, 16-year-old Giselle McNeil, disguised as a summer vacation. He sent Giselle back to you. During her absence, Martin and Gypsy assumed her identity. Gypsy obtained a fraudulent Social Security number, Idaho cards, and birth certificate, and the 2 went to court, successfully changing Giselle's birth date by 20 years. Martin and Gypsy were convicted of identity theft and other federal charges, and both pleaded guilty to state fraud charges after Martin served 3 years in prison. He was later charged with murder, first-degree felony and obstruction of justice, second-degree felony, and obstruction of justice, second-degree felony. The prosecution claimed Martin committed premeditated murder against his wife. They claimed that he coerced Michelle into getting a facelift as part of a meticulously planned murder. According to the prosecution, Martin persuaded the surgeon who performed the facelift to prescribe specific medications required to carry out the crime. Martin allegedly drugged Michelle after her cosmetic surgery and then drowned her in their bathtub. The prosecution claimed Martin's motive was a desire to be with his mistress, a gypsy. The court learned that Martin actively encouraged Michelle to have a facelift despite her lack of prior interest in the procedure. Martin's behavior changed dramatically when he turned 50. According to testimony, including a renewed commitment to exercise, weight loss, and tanning salon visits. Michelle, concerned about a potential affair, questioned him about his sudden obsession with his appearance. Martin responded by suggesting that she focus on her appearance and consider a facelift. Michelle confided in her daughter Alexis in March 2007, fearing that Martin was having an affair. Michelle investigated Martin's phone records and discovered a frequently dialed number, raising suspicions of infidelity. When she confronted him, Martin dismissed her concerns as baseless. In an attempt to divert her attention, he offered to pay for Michelle's facelift and suggested they go on a 2-week cruise afterwards. Contrary to Martin's claims, the prosecution claimed that he had been having an affair since November 2005. Gypsy Willis, the woman he later claimed to have met only after Michelle's funeral, where he purportedly hired her as the children's nanny. The two met online first, and Gypsy confirmed that she was aware of Martin's marital status. The prosecution claims that Martin began plotting Michelle's murder months before her death in order to facilitate his relationship with a gypsy. They claimed he feigned illness to establish an alibi, making it appear unlikely that he would physically attack his wife. Martin discussed conflicting health concerns with various people who walked with a limp and used a cane. At church, he told the congregation that he had cancer and had less than a year to live. Meanwhile, he told colleagues a variety of stories about his health, ranging from peripheral neuropathy in his toe to cancer in his big toe and neurological problems similar to Mrs. The prosecution then detailed Michelle's surgery and the events that followed, emphasizing that it was Martin's post-death actions that raised serious concerns in the case. In March 2007, Martin set up meetings with a plastic surgeon for Michelle, who actively participated in the consultations and appointments. Despite her nervousness, Michelle agreed to have the surgery. Martin accompanied Michelle to a visit with a primary care physician prior to the procedure to ensure her safety. During this visit, Michelle's primary care physician discussed her high blood pressure and suggested postponing the surgery. Despite this advice, Martin and Michelle went to see the surgeon for a preoperative evaluation, accompanied by Alexis. Before the appointment, Alexis noticed Martin jotting down medications he wished the doctor would prescribe. On her way to the appointment, Michelle expressed her desire to postpone the surgery in order to better manage her blood pressure. Martin, incensed by the suggestion, retorted, "If you don't have the surgery, you won't get it." Typically after a facelift, a pain reliever, antibiotic, sleeping medication, anti-inflammatory, and eye ointment have all been prescribed. Martin, on the other hand, asked the surgeon for more and stronger medications, such as oxycodone, a stronger pain reliever, liquid Lortab, a larger dose of Finnegan and Valium, and an anti-anxiety medication. The surgeon agreed to Michelle's requests, but cautioned her to take each pill separately and not all at once. Michelle had the surgery 2 days later, despite the fact that it was supposed to take only 1 day. She expressed a desire to stay overnight at the hospital. Martin, however, expressed his displeasure and insisted that she return home. The surgeon intervened and insisted Michelle stay overnight. She was finally allowed to return home the next day. When Michelle returned home, Alexis noticed that she appeared overly sedated. When she inquired about it, Martin explained that he may have given too much medication. Alexis, concerned for her mother's well-being, offered to take charge of Michelle's medication. Michelle herself told Alexis that Martin had given her too much medication, causing her to vomit. To prevent potential medication overuse, Michelle asked Alexis to let her feel each pill so she could identify them, as she still had bandages on and couldn't see at that point in her recovery. Michelle's recovery improved over the next few days. After her bandages were removed, she regained independence and mobility. She even began reducing the prescribed dosages of her medications. Despite Michelle's improving condition, Martin requested that the surgeon refill her Percocet and Phenergen prescriptions. The surgeon complied with the request. Alexis returned to school, confident that Michelle was recovering well and capable of managing on her own. Unfortunately, Michelle was discovered dead the following day. The jury learned about the strange circumstances surrounding Michelle's discovery in the bathroom. Martin's youngest daughter reported that on the day Michelle died, Martin picked her up from school, and when they returned home, they discovered Michelle fully clothed in the bathtub. According to reports, Martin dialed 911. However, they provided a false address and abruptly hung up. During the second call, he stated, "My wife has fallen in the bathtub. She is unconscious. She is underwater." Martin informed the dispatcher that he was unable to lift Michelle and was draining the bathtub before hanging up. The dispatcher called back, but Martin hung up on witnesses, including neighbors who had seen Michelle in the bathtub. One neighbor testified that they performed chest compressions while Martin leaned over Michelle's head to administer rescue breaths, but they did not see his mouth come into contact with Michelle's mouth. Only when the paramedics took over Key P did Michelle's color change and a gurgling sound emerge. The jury was informed of discrepancies between Martin's account of how Michelle was discovered and others' recollections. Martin claimed she was hunched over the bathtub, with her lower half not submerged, which contradicted his daughter's and neighbors' descriptions. Furthermore, the emergency room doctor found no injuries on Michelle consistent with a fall into the bathtub. Alexis returns home after learning about Michelle's death. She discovered that Michelle's medication, as well as the hospital bed and blankets, had gone missing. In the garage, Alexis discovered a pile of wet towels, clothing, and the bathroom rug. Martin's son Damien and his girlfriend Eileen returned to the house following Michelle's death. Martin asked Eileen to flush Michelle's pills down the toilet. Eileen testified that she complied and observed that some of the pill bottles were nearly empty. Contrary to Martin's claim of blood everywhere, she found no blood in the bathroom. The court heard that on the day Michelle died, Martin communicated extensively with the gypsy, speaking twice on the phone and exchanging 30 text messages. During the trial, the prosecution presented a cardiologist who testified that Michelle's heart inflammation was mild and did not pose a significant risk of cardiac death. In addition, a forensic pathology expert testified that there was no evidence of myocarditis, calling into question the initial cause of death determination. Instead, the experts hypothesized that drowning was the cause of death, citing 5 key points. First, during CPR, Michelle regurgitated large amounts of water, indicating that she had swallowed it. Second, water was found in Michelle's airway, indicating that she had inhaled a large amount of water. Third, Michelle's lungs weighed twice as much as typical lungs. The fourth fluid was discovered in Michelle's lung chambers. Fifth, Michelle's blood demonstrated a significant dilution of the phenomenon associated with inhaling water, which then enters blood vessels and circulates throughout the body. During the trial, the prosecution presented testimony from 5 jailhouse informants, one of whom claimed to have seen a television show about Martin while in prison and informed him about it, initially hesitant to go into detail. According to the inmate, Martin later admitted to giving Michelle sleeping pills and oxycodone. He then allegedly admitted to placing her in the bathtub and holding her head underwater for a short period of time. Another inmate inquired about Michelle's fate, to which Martin allegedly replied that the bitch drowned. The remaining inmates testified that Martin brags about his ability to avoid detection and expresses confidence that authorities will never be able to prove his crimes. The defense claimed that Michelle's death was due to natural causes, pointing out the various medical examiners involved in the case. None of them could definitively conclude that Michelle's death was the result of homicide. The defense claimed Michelle had a heart attack, causing her to fall headfirst into the bathtub. The autopsy revealed an enlarged heart, narrowing of the heart arteries, and evidence of liver and kidney deterioration. Despite the defense's argument, more than 6 years after Michelle's death on September 19, 2014, McNeil was sentenced to a minimum of 15 years to life in prison for first-degree murder, plus an additional term of 1 to 15 years for obstruction of justice. In contrast, Gypsy was not charged with murder. While some members of Michelle's family suspected her involvement, the Gypsy insisted that she had no knowledge of any plans to harm Michelle. Martin appealed his conviction. And finally, McNeil, 61, committed suicide in prison on April 9, 2017. He is now 2.5 years into his sentence. He was discovered dead in an outside yard near the prison's greenhouse. According to a report from the Unified Police Department, McNeil killed himself with a hose and a natural gas line that served as fuel for a greenhouse heater. Michelle's case could have been closed if her family had not been so persistent. Despite the challenges of reopening the case, they refused to give up until the truth was revealed. The family suspected foul play after Michelle's death, believing Martin had murdered her. Even Michelle had a sense that something was wrong during her lifetime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Why would a loving husband mutilate his wife? Many of us have heard about the severe psychological condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but few have considered what lies behind those 3 words. The term refers to mental disorders that develop as a result of a single or repeated exposure to a severe traumatic event, violence, accidents, disasters, wars, and so on. This type of disorder is frequently found in military personnel who have been involved in combat and witnessed the deaths of others over an extended period of time. Even after returning home, they have difficulty adjusting to civilian life. According to a World Health Organization report, 1/3 of soldiers returning from conflict zones experience some level of PTSD. Tragically, their loved ones suffer as well, desperately attempting to assist them in overcoming the crisis and resuming their normal lives. The family of Benjamin Sabina, an Iraq War veteran, struggled with this issue for many years. Unfortunately, the disease proved insurmountable, and Jennifer Simon's case shook the peaceful town of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, with its brutality. Furthermore, this was the first time a police officer was killed in the line of duty in the town's history. Behind it all was a tragic story that lasted nearly a decade and resulted in the death of a young woman. Let's start at the beginning to make sense of the situation and see if there was any way to avoid such a dramatic denemia. Jennifer and Benjamin Sabina, before they met Jennifer Louise Sabina. Nate Miller was born in 1982 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. She was the oldest of 2 children in her family and grew up with her younger brother Jacob, with whom she maintained a close relationship. When Jennifer started school, her parents decided to split up and file for divorce, after which her father moved to another state and stopped being involved in his children's lives. Her mother worked hard to provide for the children, but Jennifer was always her primary helper and supporter. She kept the house in order, cooked meals, and looked after her younger brother, while their mother worked tirelessly. Jennifer excelled in school and aspired to a career in law enforcement. Benjamin J. Sabina, also a Milwaukee native, was Jennifer's age and went to the same school. Despite the coincidence, they did not know each other personally. After graduating from high school, Benjamin joined the United States Marine Corps and served 2 tours in Iraq. He was honorably discharged in 2005 after suffering a severe concussion and numerous injuries to his body and limbs, which is how the couple met. While serving in Iraq, Benjamin signed up for Facebook, a new and rapidly growing social networking site. He searched for his hometown and came across the profile of Jennifer, a charming, smiling girl. After looking up her information, he discovered that they had attended the same high school, but he could not remember her. After some thought, Sabina decided to approach the attractive girl. He greeted her, informed her that he was currently serving in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and asked how she was doing. Jennifer did not respond immediately, but did write briefly that she was doing well. It was clear that she was not eager to communicate with a stranger, but the young man was not perplexed. Benjamin began writing to her every day, even when she did not respond. Gradually, he drew the beauty's attention, and they began to talk casually about various topics, remembering the school where they wanted to study together and trying to figure out why they hadn't met before. A mutual liking developed between them, and they even began planning a reunion when Benjamin could return home. Jennifer had graduated from the police academy, had received specialized training, and had successfully passed all of her exams before becoming a police officer in her hometown of Wauwatosa, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. It had been her dream job since high school, and she was extremely proud of it. Jennifer expressed her joy to a pen pal who sincerely congratulated her on her accomplishment, severe injury, and return home. Benjamin was expected to return home in November 2005. However, in February of that year, he and several of his comrades were targeted by mortar fire. Almost all of Benjamin's comrades were killed that day, and he miraculously survived, albeit severely wounded. His kneecap was almost shattered. His left arm was nearly severed by shrapnel and held together by a few tendons and a piece of skin, and he sustained shrapnel wounds to his chest and head, as well as a severe concussion. The Marine was transported to a military hospital, where he was carefully picked up piece by piece, and, once his condition stabilized, he was transferred to Germany for treatment and rehabilitation. His arm was saved. Although it had lost sensation and function, his knee was in far worse shape. Doctors were skeptical that Benjamin would be able to regain his footing. During this time, Jennifer, with whom he communicated on a daily basis, was extremely supportive and encouraging. She stated that she was constantly praying for his recovery, expecting a miracle and hoping for the best. The miracle occurred and Sabina gradually began to recover, eventually learning to walk. A few months later, the demobilized Marine was transferred to California, where his military unit was stationed. After completing the necessary paperwork, he returned to his hometown of Wauwatosa as a combat veteran, and among the disabled veterans were his parents and Jennifer, with whom he had grown close through correspondence. We were waiting for him. By then, Benjamin had resumed his rehabilitation program, which was producing positive results. The muscles in his damaged limbs recovered and strengthened, and he began to exercise, eventually being able to use his left arm normally and, contrary to the doctor's predictions, beginning to walk and run. When they first met Jennifer, they realized they didn't want to park for a day. The couple spent all of their time together discussing everything in the world, and it appeared that they had known each other their entire lives. A passionate romance blossomed between the two young people. Jennifer saw her lover as a hero, surrounded him with care, and supported him in everything. Benjamin was extremely grateful to her for this. And at the end of 2005, he offered to make her his lawful wife, which she gladly accepted. They registered their marriage right away and married on New Year's Eve of 2006. Severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The young man's time spent in war zones left him with not only scars, but also deep psychological trauma. Benjamin suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which included all of the typical symptoms such as nightmares, increased anxiety, psychotic experiences known as flashbacks, depression, and suicidal ideation. For the former Marine, any loud noises, popping fireworks, or even the sound of a passing airplane could trigger memories of his horrific experiences. He regularly underwent therapy and worked with specialists, and there were times when the disorder receded so much that his loved ones assumed he had returned to normal life, but this was a false impression. According to Benjamin's own account, during the war he witnessed the deaths of at least 50 of his comrades, many of whom were close to him, and their loss caused him personal grief. Jennifer and Ben went to church together, and the man sought help for his psychological problems. A variety of therapeutic approaches, both medical and spiritual, proved effective. Recovery seemed imminent, but some symptoms appeared to have become chronic. Jennifer and Benjamin were still young, full of optimism and plans. They decided to postpone having children until his condition had stabilized. The couple believed they had their entire lives ahead of them, and that there was still time for everything. However, 7 years after the wedding, Benjamin's condition had not improved. He continued to suffer from nightmares, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. Furthermore, due to his injuries and disorders, the former Marine was not only forced to end his military career, but he was also unable to obtain another prestigious and promising position. Warning signs emerged in 2012, 7 years into rehab, when Benjamin's progress began to deteriorate rapidly. Jennifer told her best friend Linda in October that her husband had acquired a gun, which he rarely let go of and even slept with, under his pillow. He would frequently wake up at night with nightmares, screaming, grabbing the gun, unable to recognize his surroundings and feeling as if he was still at war, surrounded by enemies. At times like this, his wife would do her best to calm him down and return him to reality. These nightmares became regular, and the doctor's sedatives did little to help. Furthermore, Benjamin began to have thoughts about voluntarily ending his life, which he discussed with his wife. In an effort to reassure him, she told him that he couldn't live without him and that she would accompany him in his care. By then, both spouses were in their 30s. Jennifer had a promising job, was well regarded at work, had many friends, and was adored by those around her. Benjamin received only a government-appointed disability pension. He only socialized with close relatives and parishioners as the couple went to church on a regular basis. He had almost no friends because people avoided and feared him due to his strange behavior and occasional bouts of aggression. Benjamin was most likely dealing with PTSD and depression, as well as an impending midlife crisis. Everyone around him seemed to be moving forward, striving for and achieving something, except himself. Even his wife's care and support began to appear as a mockery to him, and he was plagued by feelings of guilt and shame for his own inferiority. Jennifer was transferred to the night shift in early December 2012, and she now patrols Wauwatosa's streets from dusk to dawn, keeping order. She was very concerned because her husband would be alone at night, and if he had another nightmare or memory, there would be no one to help him, as the 7th wedding anniversary approached. Jennifer was considering taking a vacation, possibly to the ocean for a change of scenery and relaxation. On December 17, she shared her plans with a colleague, but they were not meant to be realized. Because a week later, there was a terrible tragedy that claimed the life of a young woman in a peaceful town. On the evening of December 23, 2012, Jennifer began working the night shift shortly before Christmas. Throughout her shift, she texted her husband, concerned about his condition. Jennifer's messages stopped around dawn, though her husband continued to text her, asking if everything was okay. At 5 a.m., the dispatcher attempted to contact Jennifer several times. However, when the patrolman did not respond, he decided to locate Jennifer's squad car, which was discovered at the city's fire station, only 5 minutes away from the police department. Patrol officers frequently stopped by here to eat or write a report at the end of their shifts. However, the officer remained unresponsive, which raised serious concerns because it had never happened before. Another officer was dispatched from the station to the fire station, where he made a horrifying discovery. Jennifer's squad car was parked at the back door of the building, just a few feet away, right near the exit. Jennifer lay dead on the snow-covered pavement in a pool of blood. She had multiple gunshot wounds to the head from close range, and her face was almost unrecognizable. The officer immediately reported the incident to the station, which dispatched an investigation team and a medical team to the scene. Thus, on the night before Christmas, Officer Jennifer Sabina became the first police officer in the quiet town's history to be killed in the line of duty. Around 6:30 a.m., a suspicious widower named Benjamin called the police station to inquire about his wife's well-being and why her phone was not answering. He was told that there had been an incident with Jennifer, but was not given any details, and he was instructed to report to the station immediately. He showed up less than half an hour later, looking anxious. Strangely, no questions were asked. Benjamin did not attempt to find out what had happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or still alive. He answered a few standard questions, including what happened the night before and where he went while his wife was on duty. According to Benjamin, after his wife left, he went to the store briefly before spending the remainder of the evening and night at home playing video games and texting Jennifer until she stopped responding. In the morning, he called the station and was told to come in. He was not charged at the time, but he did question standard procedure. However, the police discovered fresh abrasions and dried blood on his hands. In response, Benjamin stated that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and that pain frequently helps him regain consciousness. When the former Marine learned that his wife had been fatally wounded, he had a serious breakdown. He jumped up and yelled that it couldn't be true. He knocked over a table and began pounding his fists against the wall. It took several strong officers to subdue and calm the emotionally charged widower case investigation. At the crime scene, in the fresh snowfall, there was only one set of footprints going from the tire tracks to the fire station's back door and back. This indicated that the perpetrator was alone, based on the size of the footprints. The adult male ballistics analysis produced even more intriguing results. 5 bullets were fired by the officer from 2 different weapons: a 9mm handgun and Jennifer's service weapon, which the perpetrator had taken with him. All of the bullets were pointed at the head, 2 in the back and 3 in the face, implying personal animosity, deep hostility, or a desire for vengeance. However, the young woman did not have any enemies. Everyone who knew her personally adored and respected her, speaking of her only positively. On the same day, video from all of the street surveillance cameras leading to the fire station was requested. It turned out that there were almost no cars on the small town's roads in the early morning. However, around 4 a.m., a black Toyota Prius with tinted windows and black rims approached the fire station. The car vanished from camera view at some point, but a short time later, it was seen driving in the opposite direction, heading directly home. It is worth noting that Benjamin arrived at the police station that morning in the same car for questioning, removing all doubt that he was immediately pursued, arrested as the prime suspect, and his home was thoroughly searched. The first thing that investigators noticed were the holes in the living room wall. The drywall had been punctured, apparently by fifth, and bloodstains were visible around the edges. It was clear that this was where Benjamin had acquired the abrasions on his hands, and it had occurred no later than the night before. The couple left messages for each other on the refrigerator door using colorful sticky notes. Jennifer's notes exuded love and care, whereas her husband's were either dry in one word or so insincere that they read like quotes from romance novels. A shell casing from a 9mm pistol was discovered in one of the dresser drawers, and the weapon was soon discovered in the bedroom, on the side of her husband's bed. The police spent a long time looking for Jennifer's stolen service weapon, but it was eventually discovered in a ventilation duct under the ceiling. Forensics confirmed that it was the same weapon used to shoot Jennifer Benjamin's version. After his arrest, Benjamin initially stuck to his original statement, claiming that he had not left the house and denying any involvement in his wife's death, insisting that he loved her and could not have hurt her. However, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of his guilt, he began to sob and testify. He revealed that he had suffered from various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder for years after returning from the war zone. He was unable to be helped by his wife's love and care, his church, or experienced doctors. He recently began to consider voluntarily ending his life, which he shared with his wife. She continued to discourage him, claiming that she couldn't live without him and would follow him. It is claimed that Ben chose to dispose of his lover out of mercy. He reasoned that they were both religious individuals, and if Jennifer committed suicide, it would be a serious sin, condemning her soul to eternal punishment. So he decided to spare his beloved from eternal agony and bear the entire burden by ending her life and then his own. Benjamin knew that his wife, like her co-workers, came to the firehouse at the end of her shift to write a report. He watched her for days to make sure he knew exactly when and where she parked her car. That fateful evening, he arrived on time, about 15 minutes before his wife emerged. He waited for her at the door, then fired 2 shots to the head with a pistol he had brought from home. He then claimed that she turned around with her service weapon, which he had taken from her, and fired 3 more shots to the head. However, experts believe that the first 2 shots to the head were fatal, and she was unable to turn around or reach for the gun. Furthermore, the entry wounds revealed that the last 3 shots were fired into her body while she lay on the ground. Furthermore, it was unclear why Ben shot her 5 times in the head, severely disfiguring her face and necessitating a closed casket funeral, trial and sentencing. In the end, Benjamin pleaded guilty but blamed his actions on a severe mental disorder, claiming that he was unaware of his actions. As a result, a psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which revealed that despite having severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the man was fully aware of his actions. Furthermore, Sabina planned the crime in advance, attempted to cover his tracks and hide evidence, and continued to send messages to his now deceased wife's cell phone to avoid suspicion. Witnesses, including friends and co-workers of the deceased, testified that the husband was jealous of his wife's professional success and frequently took it out on her. In addition, Benjamin was insanely jealous of Jennifer's male co-workers. He believed that his wife could leave him at any time because she is surrounded by young, healthy men who do not suffer from the same physical and psychological problems as he did. His jealousy and suspicion, combined with his anxiety, drove her to despair. Sabina appeared in court in a wheelchair, his hands and feet bound due to his repeated attempts to harm himself. He entered a full guilty plea. Pride apologized to his mother-in-law and promised that if he could go back in time, he would never hurt the woman who loved him, and he loved him, and he loved.
Benjamin was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in June 2013. Despite having serious mental health issues, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years. Jennifer's mother stated in court that she had forgiven her son-in-law and left his fate in God's hands. The defendant's mother testified that her son returned from military service a completely different person, deeply distressed, physically and mentally broken. And finally, she and her daughter-in-law attempted desperately to assist him, but the darkness in his soul was overwhelming. In addition, Officer Jennifer Sevens' death sparked a heated debate about whether her name should be included on a Washington memorial honoring law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Initially, the decision was made to exclude her name due to the circumstances surrounding her death. However, following widespread protests and collective petitions from Wisconsin residents, her name was eventually added to the memorial wall.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.